Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I thought the cameras would protect me on the night shift, until I watched them miss the one thing that almost got me killed. I am not a cop, I am not a detective, and I am definitely not a ghost hunter. I was just a broke 20-something working overnights at a cheap motel off the interstate, trying to stay awake on burnt coffee and vending machine snacks. When you are the only one behind the front desk at 2 in the morning, you tell yourself a lot of lies to feel safe. You tell yourself the glass doors are strong. You tell yourself the deadbolt on the office door actually works. You tell yourself the glowing monitors above your head are your eyes in the dark, and that as long as the cameras are rolling, nothing truly bad can happen without someone seeing it. That is what I believed, right up until the night the cameras showed me nothing, and something still walked straight into my life. This is not a campfire story. There is no monster with claws, no cursed mirror, no shadow figure crawling on the ceiling. If that is what you are looking for, you can click away now. This is about a very real man with a very fake name who checked into my motel with a quiet wife, a dented blue sedan, and a plan that did not need any witnesses. It is about a phone call from a room that was supposed to be empty, a hallway that looked completely clear on the monitor while someone stood in it, and a knock that came from the wrong side of the wall. I am telling you this the same way I first wrote it down, as a confession. Not because I think anyone can still arrest him, and not because I am looking for sympathy, but because if you have ever worked alone at night and trusted the cameras above your head, you need to know how little they matter when the person on the other side already knows exactly where they stop seeing. 1. Why I chose the night. You can probably tell a lot about a person from the hours they choose to be awake. Some people like the morning, the sunlight, the gym before work, the whole fresh start thing. I am not one of those people. Most of the worst decisions I've ever made happened after midnight, usually under buzzing fluorescent lights and a no refunds sign. I was 21 the first time I walked into that motel off I-40 and told them I was willing to work nights. Back then, it did not feel like a horror story. It just felt like survival. I had dropped out of community college the semester before. The number in the student loan app on my phone felt like it belonged to someone else, some future version of me with a real job and a real life. I was sleeping on my cousin's couch, keeping my clothes in a blue plastic bin pushed up against her wall, telling my mom over text that everything was fine, while I learned how to stretch instant noodles in ways that would make a prison chef proud. The motel was Plan C. Plan A had been finishing school. Plan B had been anything but customer service. By the time I walked through those glass doors for the first time, both of those were already dead. They called it the Lakeview Motor Inn, even though you could not see the lake from anywhere on the property. What you could see driving off the exit at night was the sign. It was one of those old vertical neon signs that tried very hard to look classy in the 80s and had been losing the fight ever since. Half the blue tubing for the word vacancy was burned out, so from the eastbound lanes of the interstate it usually read simply VACNCY. The missing A was like a tooth knocked out of a tired smile. The building itself was a long, low rectangle in that beige stucco every cheap motel seems to agree on, with dark stains creeping up the walls near the downspouts, and a permanent damp look around the laundry room vent. The parking lot was the color of old coffee, with rainbow patches of oil blooming under the places people like to park. A few of the spaces near the front had concrete wheel stops that were cracked straight through like someone had hit them too hard, and management decided good enough. When I went in for the interview, the first thing I noticed was the smell. The lobby smelled like burnt coffee lemon floor cleaner and something faintly sour underneath that the cleaner never quite killed. The carpet was a patterned dark brown, picked specifically so it would never show stains, which of course meant it looked dirty even when it was freshly vacuumed. There was a fake plant in the corner that had faded in the sun so long ago that the leaves had two different shades of green, the original plastic, and the sun-bleached ghost of it. Behind the front desk was a computer that looked like it had survived at least 3 operating systems and a wall of keys that almost no one used anymore, because everything was keycards now. Above that, on a metal arm, hung the most important thing in the room, the monitor. It was a square, boxy thing with a faint buzz in its speakers, even when the volume was all the way down. It showed 4 black and white camera feeds at once in a grid. Cam 1, the lobby and front desk. Cam 2, the hallway of rooms 101 to 120. Cam 3, the hallway of rooms 121 to 140 in the back building. Cam 4, the outside shot of the parking lot and dumpster area. I remember standing there in my thrift store button-up shirt pretending not to stare at that monitor like it was some kind of safety net. The manager, Russ, was a thick man in his late 40s, with a faded tattoo on his forearm, a nicotine cough, and a habit of talking while chewing orange Tic Tacs. He flipped through my application with the same bored expression you see on people reading a menu they already know by heart. "You know nights get weird, right?" he asked, not looking up. "I can handle weird," I said. I need the hours." He snorted a little at that, but not unkindly. Outside, through the glass doors, a semi roared past on the frontage road. You could feel the faint vibration through the floor. From somewhere in the back rooms, the old air conditioner kicked on with a hollow thump, then started its cycle, a low, steady hum that rose and fell like mechanical breathing. A second later, the neon sign outside flickered and made that little chick-chick sound in the wall like someone tapping a fingernail on glass. Those became my soundtrack. I just did not know it yet. "Night shifts 10 to 6, Russ said. "You'll be alone most of the time. Housekeeping's gone by 11. We don't keep security on staff, just a patrol car swing by now and then. You got an issue, you call 911 and then you call me, that clear?" "Yeah," I said, nodding too fast. He tapped the monitor with his finger. "Cameras run all the time. They record to DVR in the back. You stay behind this desk, you're fine. People act up, you don't be a hero. You don't go breaking up fights in the parking lot. We're a motel, not law enforcement. You understand, I remember that specifically. We're a motel, not law enforcement." "I understand," I told him. He looked at me a little longer, like he was trying to decide if I was actually absorbing any of this or just saying what I thought he wanted to hear. Then he shrugged, stamped something on my application, and said, "Welcome to Lakeview." That was it. No big speech. No warnings about what actually walks through those doors after midnight. Just a shift, schedule, a name badge with Emily stamped on cheap plastic, and a list of tasks printed on a laminated sheet. I started the following Thursday. The first week, everything felt almost cozy. I would come in at 9:50 p.m., while the evening clerk, a tired woman named Shanda, finished closing the books, and we would trade small talk while the office printer chugged out reservation lists for the next day. She always smelled like cigarettes and vanilla body spray, and she always told me I should carry something working nights, then immediately followed it with, "But don't tell Russ I said that." By the time she left the lobby, lights always felt a little too bright, like the place knew there was only one person left to impress. The nights followed a pattern. You get the tail end of families who took too long at dinner, and need a room for the kids to crash. You get construction crews still in safety vests looking for cheap weekly rates. You get couples who do not make eye contact and always pay cash. You get truckers who come in smelling like diesel and cigarette smoke, asking for whatever's quiet and on the ground floor. Most of them are polite. Some are drunk. A few are angry without reason, and you learn quickly to let their words slide off you, to repeat "sir" and "ma'am" and "I understand" until they run out of steam. There are weird ones, of course. The man who stared at the water fountain for 5 straight minutes before checking in. The woman who asked 3 times if anyone else was registered under her last name that night, eyes darting to the cameras as if she expected them to answer. The guy who came in every Tuesday at 11:23 p.m. exactly took room 111 every time and never carried luggage. You file those away, but they do not feel dangerous at first. They just feel like characters passing through a set you happen to work on. On my breaks, I would sit in the little breakfast room with the lights off and the TV in the lobby turned down low, sipping old coffee and listening. That is when I realized the motel had its own heartbeat. Street noise would ebb away after midnight, replaced by the occasional hiss of a passing car and the sigh of brakes from the exit ramp. The air conditioner in the lobby would kick on hum for a while, then click off, leaving a moment of thick silence before the unit in the hallway started up, picking up the rhythm like a second voice. Sometimes a soda would drop in the vending machine out of nowhere, a hollow metallic thud like someone punching the wall from the inside. Ice would crash inside the ice machine at the end of the back hall, then melt into a steady trickle like rain inside a metal box. The neon sign outside would buzz and pop every now and then, the half-dead VAC NCY glowing on and off, just enough to catch the corner of my eye and make me think for a second that someone had pulled into the lot. And underneath it all, always trucks, the distant roar of 18-wheelers on I-40 late-night deliveries and cross-country hauls, people I would never see but could always hear. It was lonely, but it was also honest in a way. The day shifts had fake smiles and scripted greetings. The night shift had the hum of machines and the people who slipped through cracks. I chose the night because it paid a little more, because there was no one to judge how tired I looked, because I thought stupidly that only desperate people and drunks came out after midnight, and I could handle desperate people and drunks. What I did not understand then was something the job would teach me, one room key at a time. The most dangerous people you'll ever meet do not always stumble or slur their words. They do not always smell like alcohol or look like they slept in their car. Sometimes they walk in under the same humming lights as everyone else, smile the same way, sign the same piece of paper, and say thank you in a voice so ordinary that your brain decides they are safe before your gut has a chance to disagree. And when you are standing alone behind a cheap motel front desk at 2 a.m, with nothing between you and them except a laminate counter, a sheet of glass, and the belief that the cameras above your head are watching. That tiny mistake, deciding they look normal, feels like the most harmless thing in the world. Until the night you learn exactly how wrong it can be. 1. 2. The motel's quiet monsters. By the time a few months had passed, the motel had stopped feeling like a temporary job and started feeling like a world with its own rules. If you work the same place every night long enough, the weird becomes normal. The sounds blur together into a background track, and you start to measure time not in hours, but in patterns. There were always the same 3 sounds whenever I stepped out of the office at 3 a.m. First was the TV. Somewhere in at least one of the rooms on the first floor, there was always a television on too loud. The walls were thin enough that I could hear the muffled rise and fall of voices, the canned laughter of a sitcom, or the heavy bass of a late-night action movie. Sometimes I would hear a commercial jingle I recognized warped by drywall and distance into something slower, more distorted, like a happy song played on the wrong speed. Second was the locks. Every guest room door had one of those electronic card readers installed a few years before I started. When a card worked, the lock made this little beep and a soft mechanical clack, like a small metal animal unlocking its jaw. When a card did not work, demagnetized, put in backwards, or just cursed, the beeping got higher, and a red light flashed, and the clack never came. I could identify almost without thinking the exact rhythm and pitch of someone failing to open their door 3 times in a row before they stomped back to the lobby. Third were the footsteps. The hallway carpets were thick enough to swallow most of the sound, but if someone walked alone down that long corridor at the back, especially around 3 a.m., you could hear it from the front desk, a soft, steady thump, thump, thump that did not sound like much on its own, but always made the hair on my arms stand up for a second before my brain remembered calmly, guest. Just a guest. The longer I worked there, the more I realized the motel did not need anything supernatural to be unsettling. The guests were enough. There was the drunk. He showed up 3 times that first winter, always around 4 in the morning, always smelling like stale beer and cold air. He would pound on the lobby doors with the flat of his hand until I buzzed him in, then stagger over to the counter and lean on it like we were old friends. One night, he pressed his forehead against the glass and slurred, "You ever notice the sign out there says, Vac NC? Like the place is admitting it's missing something." He thought that was hilarious. He laughed so hard he coughed, then asked if he could use the bathroom just for a second, then disappeared for 20 minutes and tried to sleep sitting up in a chair by the window. I had to call Russ at home to ask if I was allowed to drag him out. Russ just sighed into the phone and said, "As long as he's not breaking anything, let him be. If he throws up, make him clean it." By the time dawn tinted the sky a lighter gray behind the gas station across the street, the drunk would always be gone, leaving behind a crumpled receipt or an empty plastic cup as proof he had ever been there at all. Then there were the fighters in room 115. If you worked more than 3 night shifts in a row, you learned their pattern. They usually checked in just after 10, a couple in their late 30s who talked too fast at the desk, smiled too wide, and never once stood quite close enough to touch each other. He would pay cash, his hand shaking a little, and ask same room as last time, like it was a private joke. An hour later, the voices would start. The first wave was muted, like someone arguing with the TV on. Then something always broke the seal, a sharp female shout, the slap of something hitting the wall, and suddenly the hallway outside room 115 would fill with sound. Her yelling, his lower voice shouting over her objects, thudding. Once I heard something shatter and rolled my eyes, picturing a cheap lamp dying for the cause. I called the police on them twice. Both times the officers arrived to find a perfectly normal-looking couple who opened the door with tight smiles and red eyes, insisting it was just an argument, nothing serious. No visible bruises, no visible weapons. Just tension so thick it seeped into the hall like smoke. The next morning, housekeeping would report overturned chairs, cigarette burns in the comforter makeup smeared on the bathroom mirror, and a Bible open on the nightstand to a random page. And yet they always checked out on time. They always paid in full. They always came back. After a while, I stopped calling the cops. I still listened. I still watched the clock. But I learned the motel had its own threshold for damage, and as long as nobody bled on the carpet in front of a witness, almost anything could be washed out or painted over. We had our regulars too. There was a man the staff just called Nap Guy because none of us knew his real name. He drove a white pickup with a ladder strapped to the top, wore the same faded flannel shirts, and smelled like drywall dust and coffee. Every few days, sometime between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, he would walk in, hand over a folded stack of bills and say, "4 hours, same room, please." He always took room 108. He never stayed overnight, never asked for anything else, never talked about a wife or a job or what he did when he was not sleeping in a stranger's bed in someone else's motel. He would close the blackout curtains, deadbolt the door, and emerge exactly 4 hours later with his hair mashed on one side and his eyes clearer than when he had gone in. Once on a rare day shift, I asked rough job as I handed him his key. He looked at me for a long second, then said rough life in a tone that made it sound like a joke and a confession all at once. In the beginning, seeing people like that unsettled me. After a few months, they just became part of the scenery. Daytime had its cast too. On my way out in the mornings, I would pass Tanya, the head housekeeper, pushing her overloaded cart down the hall, her earbuds in, nodding to a beat only she could hear. She was small and fast with sharp eyes that missed nothing: lipstick on a coffee cup, blood on a towel, a missing lamp. "Room 127 left you a mess again," she would say sometimes. "They had at least 6 people in there, I swear. If fire marshal saw, he'd have a heart attack." Russ would sit in the office with the door open, going through invoices with a red pen, answering calls about weekly rates and group discounts. He had a habit of cursing at the computer under his breath like it could hear him. In daylight, he looked less like a shadow behind glass and more like a tired man with too much paperwork. Seeing them, knowing that other eyes had looked into those rooms and hallways and found nothing worth quitting over, made the nights feel more survivable. The motel was not haunted, I told myself. It was just overused and undercleaned. A place for people's messes, that was all. And then there were the ones I did not know how to categorize. Some nights, watching the 4 little rectangles of black and white video glow above the desk, I would see someone walk down the hallway in the back building. A figure in a hoodie, or a woman in a coat and bare feet, or a kid with a backpack dragging on one strap. They would move from left to right, or right to left, heads down, hands tucked away. The grain of the footage made everyone look a little blurred, like they were underwater. I would check the reservation list, scrolling down to see which rooms were occupied. I would match the numbers in my head. Sometimes it lined up someone making another ice run, someone coming back from a smoke. But other times, the math was wrong. No new check-ins. No one registered under that room number. The last guest in 135 had left yesterday, and Tanya had already marked it clean vacant on her sheet. I told myself there were explanations. Russ occasionally gave discounted cash rates to walk-ins and jotted them down on his own pad, forgetting to enter them in the system until later. Long-term construction crews sometimes left gear in rooms they technically still had for another week, even if no one was sleeping there that night. Housekeeping might have used an empty room as a break space and not marked it. That is what I said out loud when Shanda asked why I was squinting at the screen one evening when we overlapped. But alone in the hush between the air conditioner shutting off and the next truck roaring by outside, I would stare at Cam 3, the one that showed the back hallway with its low ceiling and dimmer lights, and watch that same spot where the carpet pattern faded into shadow. Someone would walk past that angle, their face never quite turning enough for the camera to catch it. I would wait, expecting them to reappear in the outside shot a moment later, heading for the ice machine or the soda machines. Sometimes they did. Sometimes they did not. How many people actually passed that front desk, I started to wonder. And how many slipped in and out through the cracks, through side doors, propped with rock salt bags, through laundry room exits, through forgotten keys. No one turned in. The motel ran on what it could prove: signatures, credit card slips, license plates, written down in slanted handwriting. I worked there at night because I needed money, not answers. But as the months dragged by, I could feel something else settling into me, layer by thin layer, like nicotine staining the inside of lungs. It was the understanding that the quiet was not empty. It was full of people I did not know, full of fights I never saw, full of transactions that never made it into the system. Full of footsteps that started and stopped outside doors I never opened. Every place has its monsters. Ours just paid by the night and left before checkout time. 1, 3. The first glitch. The night before I met the man with the fake name, the motel was as close to empty as I had ever seen it. It was a Tuesday in late November. The kind of night when the cold rain out over the interstate looked like static under the streetlights, and even the truckers seemed to have decided they would rather sleep in their cabs than shell out for a room. By midnight, I had exactly 5 occupied rooms on the board. 3 truckers, 1 salesman, who had checked in clutching a briefcase like it was a life raft, and an older woman with a yappy dog who had requested ground floor because of mobility issues, but somehow managed to drag 2 giant suitcases up the stairs alone. After the last check-in, the lobby felt hollow. The TV in the corner was on local news with the volume down anchors' mouths moving silently over footage of some accident miles away. The coffee in the lobby pot had burned down to that bitter tar-like state where it stopped smelling like coffee and started smelling like an electrical fire. Even the neon sign outside seemed lazier, flickering just often enough to remind me it was broken. I spun slowly in the swivel chair behind the desk, listening to the quiet. From somewhere down the back hallway, a door latch clicked shut, followed by the soft, muffled thump of footsteps on the carpet. The sound drifted away and dissolved into humming HVACs and the faint, uneven rush of cars on I-40. I glanced up at the monitor out of habit. The 4 camera feeds stared back at me, the lobby, the front hallway, the back hallway, the parking lot. Ghostly, monochrome views of spaces I knew too well. When I was bored, I treated the cameras like channels. I would watch a truck pull into the lot on Cam 4, then track the driver's progress as he appeared on Cam 1 at the front doors, then Cam 2 as he trudged down the hall with his overnight bag, and finally disappear into whatever room he had been assigned. It was like a low-budget live-action video game where the only objective was, don't get yelled at. That night, there was nothing to track. Cam 4 showed the empty parking lot, watery reflections of the overhead lights shimmering in the puddles. A single semi sat farther out near the edge of the property, its cab dark trailer hulking like some sleeping animal. Cam 2. The front hallway was empty, just a long strip of patterned carpet and identical doors, the exit sign over the far end buzzing faintly. Cam 3, the back hallway, looked the same. If anything, the lighting in that building was worse. One of the ceiling fixtures had been dying for weeks, making the whole corridor pulse ever so slightly as the fluorescent tubes fought for life. The DVR translated that into a subtle flicker on the monitor, like the hallway was breathing too shallowly. I watched Cam 3 for a while, chin propped on my hand, eyes half-lidded. The screen was not big, maybe 15 inches diagonally. The image was grainy gray and hazy at the edges. The camera itself was mounted high and slightly off-center, so the far end of the hallway where rooms 137 to 140 were always had a kind of shadow pooling over it. You could see movement if someone walked through, but not much detail. The first time I thought my brain was just playing with static. Something darker than the surrounding gray shifted at the very end of the hall. A shape, maybe, low to the ground near the baseboard. It slid from left to right, then vanished into the shadow near where the ice machine sat. I blinked and sat up straighter. Nothing moved. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30. Somewhere upstairs, a toilet flushed a distant whoosh of water through pipes. Just as I was about to look away, the monitor made a tiny sound. A little pop in its guts as the brightness adjusted itself like it sometimes did when the outside camera picked up headlights. The back hallway image washed slightly lighter, then darker again. When it settled, that same dark smear appeared at the edge of the frame, just barely cutting across the line where carpet wall and shadow met. Lower than a standing person's knees. Too steady to be a trick of the light. This time I leaned forward until my nose was only a foot away from the glass. The shape held still, then slid a few inches, as if someone were crawling or hunched close to the wall, just at the edge of the camera's field of view. I could not make out arms or legs or a head, just an implication of mass moving with intent. I reached for the controls and hit the button to rewind 30 seconds. The DVR made a whining mechanical sound, like a tape being spooled too fast. The time code in the corner rolled backward, little white numbers blurring. I hit play. The hallway jerked to life again. But this time nothing moved. No dark smear, no sliding shape. Just an empty corridor, lights, buzzing carpet, staring doors closed. The time code ticked past the exact minute I knew I had just seen something, and the only change was a slight flicker in the fluorescent light. I frowned, thumb hovering over the buttons. Rewound again. Played again. Nothing. It was like the recording had stubbed its toe, skipped a frame, and decided whatever had been in that missing fraction of a second did not deserve to be saved. After the third time, I sat back, heart beating faster than made sense for a night with 5 occupied rooms. Okay, I muttered, hearing my own voice too loud in the empty lobby. Sure. Glitch. I picked up the lobby phone and pressed the button for the back office line. The dial tone that came through was not the clean, high tone you hear in commercials. It was warped slightly off-key with a faint hiss behind it, like listening to a song through a seashell. I hung up and picked it up again just to see if it would reset. Same crooked tone. There was a small rectangular button tucked under the lip of the front desk near my right knee. It was painted the same off-white as the wood, but someone had labeled it in Sharpie years ago, panic. We were told in training that pressing it would trigger a silent alarm at a monitoring station somewhere, and the police would be notified. We were also told not to use it unless there was immediate danger. Russ had wagged a finger and said, "Don't go leaning on that like it's a doorbell." They charge the motel every time it goes off. I stared at the button for a long moment. Then before I could talk myself out of it, I pressed it. Nothing happened. No light, no click, no sudden wail of sirens. The cameras kept humming their quiet hum. The automatic doors stayed shut. The TV in the corner flipped from news to an infomercial about knives that could cut through pennies. I held it down for a full 3 seconds, half expecting something delayed. When nothing changed, I let go. My finger left a small smudge of sweat on the paint. In the back of my mind, a little voice tried to be reasonable. Maybe it just does not make a sound on this end. Maybe the whole point is that you do not know when help is coming. But another part of me, the part that had just watched a hallway glitch backward through time and forget a moving shadow, was not satisfied. The automatic doors chose that moment to exhale. With a soft hiss, they shuddered open a few inches, then closed again. No one stood outside when I looked. The parking lot remained empty, rain streaking down the glass under the light. A cold ripple went up my spine anyway. The next afternoon, when my shift ended and the sky was a smudged gray over the gas station, I caught Russ in the office while he was eating something from a paper bag that smelled like fried chicken. "Hey," I said, hovering at the doorway. "Do the cameras ever skip stuff?" He wiped his fingers on a napkin and glanced over his shoulder at the monitor. "Skip stuff," how he asked. "Like I moved closer, pointing at cam 3. It showed the same back hallway empty in the afternoon light. Last night, I thought I saw somebody at the end of the hall, but when I rewound it, it wasn't there. The time code jumped over it. Russ snorted the sound, half laugh, half cough. "That DVR's older than you are," he said. "It drops frames all the time. Power flicker's disk gets full whatever. As long as it's working most of the time, corporate doesn't want to pay for a new one. So if something happens and it misses it, then it misses it," he said, shrugging. "Look, kid, cameras are there to make people feel better. Same as the stupid little secured by sign out front. If we actually needed Fort Knox-level surveillance, they'd be paying you a lot more than $10.50 an hour." I hesitated, then decided to push my luck. "What about the panic button?" I asked. "I tried it last night. Nothing happened." He stopped chewing for a second, then gave me a flat look. "You hit the panic button," he said. "I just tapped it," I lied. "To make sure it worked. In case you know." He sighed and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, like it had personally offended him. "Alarm company disconnected that panel months ago," he said. "We're switching services. There was a memo. I guess you weren't here that week. Anyway, right now, it's basically a decoration. You got a problem, you still call 911 like a normal person. So if I hit it," I said slowly, "no one sees anything." "Nope," he said, popping another piece of chicken into his mouth. "But hey, it makes you feel safer, don't it?" He smiled like it was a joke. I tried to smile back. On my way out, I passed the front desk and let my hand brush the underside of the counter where the button was. The plastic felt cool against my fingertips. In the lobby, the monitor hummed quietly, frozen on 4 ordinary, uneventful slices of the motel. That image, empty halls, empty lot, meaningless panic label, stuck with me all the way home, through the stoplights and the turn into my cousin's apartment complex. I did not know it then, but that was the last truly quiet shift I would ever work there. Later, I would replay that night in my head over and over. The dark smear at the end of the hall, the missing footage, the dead panic button, the doors breathing on their own. I would think about how I shrugged it off, how I filed it under cheap equipment and corporate laziness, how I did not insist on a fix or quit on the spot. And I would hear myself say with that special kind of hindsight that feels like drowning. The night before everything happened, the cameras had already missed something. They had already erased a piece of the truth in front of me, and I decided it was a small thing. 2.1. Slow night in late November. The night they walked in started like every other night I had convinced myself was harmless. It was a Sunday at the end of November, the kind of night that feels like the whole world is hungover from the weekend. The college kids had already driven back to campus, the families had already checked out and gone home, and the only people left out on I-40 at 1 in the morning were truckers, insomniacs, and people who did not want to explain where they had been. Cold rain had been falling on and off all day. By the time my shift hit the middle stretch, it had downgraded from a steady pour to a fine drizzle that hung in the air like breath. The metal roof over the front walkway caught it in a constant whisper, a light, uneven patter that sounded like someone drumming their fingers on a sheet of tin. Every time a semi took the exit ramp, I could hear the long hiss of air brakes through the glass. The red taillights would wash across the wet asphalt in the parking lot, turning the puddles into long, trembling veins of light for a few seconds, before everything settled back into that sodium yellow stillness. Inside the lobby, the fluorescent lights hummed like they always did, but softer somehow. The vending machine by the wall next to the front doors gave off its own low hum, a constant electrical drone layered under the softer noises of the building. The occasional click of the thermostat trying to decide whether to heat or cool the intermittent cough of the ice machine in the back hallway, blowing off steam. It was just after 1 a.m. when I realized how quiet it had gotten. I was sitting behind the front desk, half slouched in the swivel chair, cradling a styrofoam cup of coffee between both hands. The coffee was technically free to employees, which really meant it was whatever was left in the lobby pot after the last guest gave up on pretending it tasted good. It had been sitting on the warmer so long that it had gone past bitter and into that strange burned sugar territory where you can almost taste the scorched glass of the pot itself. I drank it anyway. Your standards change when you work the night shift. The reservation board for the night was full of check marks. Everyone due to arrive had already done so. The last family had shuffled off to their room an hour ago, kids half asleep and sticky with gas station candy parents, too tired to complain about the stains on the carpet. The salesman with the briefcase had come back from wherever he went to make his late-night calls and locked himself into room 118. The woman with the little dog had turned in early. I had watched her shuffle down the front hallway on cam 2 and then flip her "Do Not Disturb" sign over so aggressively I could see the string bounce. Housekeeping had been gone since 3 in the afternoon. Russ had left around 9 after counting the drawer, locking the office, and reminding me, like always, don't let anybody behind that desk. Our so-called security guard, an older guy who wore a faded uniform and mostly sat in his car listening to sports radio, had been taken off the schedule for budget reasons at the beginning of the month. His name was still on the paperwork posted by the phone, but everyone knew he was just a line item now. Which meant, as usual, it was just me. Me, the cameras, and a building full of people who barely knew I existed. I glanced up at the monitor. Cam 1, the lobby. Me, small and pale in the corner of my own view, hunched over the desk in my Lakeview Motor Inn polo eyes, ringed with the kind of tiredness coffee never quite fixes. Cam 2, the front hallway. The doors to rooms 101 through 120 were lined up neat as teeth, every peephole a dark little eye. The exit sign at the far end glowed a tired red. No movement. Cam 3, the back hallway. The slightly worse-lit twin of the front hall, stretching past the laundry room and the ice machine toward rooms 121 through 140. The camera up there always made the colors a shade darker, so the patterned carpet came out almost black, and the doors looked like they were sinking into the walls. There was a familiar fuzz of static at the top of the frame, where the wiring had never been quite right. Cam 4, the parking lot. A handful of cars and trucks lined up in crooked rows, their wet surfaces reflecting the overhead lights. A silver pickup, a maroon minivan, a couple of sedans, and one 18-wheeler idling at the far edge, a faint plume of exhaust trailing from its side into the mist. No drunk wandering toward the office. No couple stumbling back from a cigarette break. No shadow slipping between cars. It was boring. Boring is good, I reminded myself. Boring means you go home alive. I took a sip of the lukewarm coffee and made a face. My hand drifted to the computer mouse more out of habit than because there was anything to do. I cycled through the reservation system, double-checked tomorrow's check-ins, refreshed the email inbox, even though it never contained anything urgent at this hour. A small part of my brain buzzed with leftover adrenaline from the night before, from the weird blip in the camera, from the silent panic button. But the hours since had been uneventful enough that the buzzing had dulled into something like a bruise instead of an open wound. I had told myself a dozen times that day that I was overreacting. Corporate equipment is always crappy, I thought. That is not a ghost. That is a budget issue. Around 12:45, a man in a reflective vest came in to ask about weekly rates for his crew. He smelled like wet concrete and cheap deodorant. I gave him a printout, circled a number, and watched him leave with the little stack of paper held carefully away from his body like he did not want to get it dirty. At 12:58, the automatic doors opened and a woman in scrubs slipped in, bought a soda and a bag of chips from the vending machine, and left without saying a word. She moved like she had been on her feet for so long that gravity was a rumor. By 1:10, even those small interruptions were gone. I stood up, stretched until my spine cracked, and walked around the desk to do my little ritual checking the side doors. One of the ways you know a building like that is old is by the sound its doors make. The heavy metal door that led from the lobby to the breakfast room thunked in this deep, hollow way whenever you opened it, like someone closing a trunk. The hallway door to the front rooms whispered on its hinges, barely making a sound, as the latch retracted with a soft mechanical clack. The side door to the parking lot, though, that one hissed. It was another automatic with a sensor above it that had been temperamental ever since I started. Sometimes it took a full second to realize someone was there. Other times it opened on its own when the wind hit it right. When it did, the rubber seal at the bottom made this long, soft hiss against the tile, like the building was taking a breath. I stepped over to it, pressed my palm against the cool glass, and squinted out. The parking lot looked like the set of a crime show right before the body is discovered empty, gleaming with rain, the yellow cones of light from the tall poles making everything look flatter and more unreal than in daylight. The truck at the back still idled a tiny red glow from the running lights, like eyes half closed. I checked the lock on the door, then checked the small metal bar that was supposed to keep it from being propped open with a rock. The bar was in place. No rocks, no cigarette butts wedged in the frame. On my way back behind the desk, I paused at the hallway door and listened. No voices, no TVs too loud, no doors slamming. Just the soft hum of the heater pushing warm air through vents and the occasional creak of the building settling like an old man shifting in his sleep. Back at the desk, I nudged the camera monitor with the side of my hand, more to wake myself up than because it did anything. The screen wobbled on its metal bracket and then resettled the images, swimming for a second, before snapping back into 4 neat squares. Cam 3 flickered slightly when it came into focus. The back hallway looked emptier than ever, stretching toward that darker patch near the end where the numbered doors turned out of view. The rooms past 129 were down there out of frame, the place the camera could not quite see. I stared at that corner for a heartbeat too long, feeling something faint and nameless stir at the base of my throat. Then I shook it off. "Dead time," I muttered, dropping back into my chair. That's all. Between 1 and 4 in the morning, the hours do not move like normal hours. They stretch and fold elastic, full of thoughts you would not let yourself think at noon. You remember every mistake you have ever made. You imagine every possible way the door in front of you might open. I tried to keep mine busy with smaller questions. Did I pre-authorize that card for the right amount? Did I double-check the weekly rate for the construction crew? Did I remember to print tomorrow's housekeeping list? I told myself I was tired, not anxious, overworked, not scared. Outside, the rain picked up just enough to make the roof chatter. Somewhere out on I-40 air brakes sighed. The vending machine behind me hummed patient and steady. If you had walked in right then at 1:13 a.m. on that slow Sunday in late November, you would have seen nothing unusual. Just a bored young woman behind a cheap front desk under tired lights in a lobby that smelled like burnt coffee and lemon cleaner. Just a motel settled into its winter quiet, its sounds soft and familiar. You would not have noticed the way my eyes kept drifting back to the monitor. You would not have heard the faint pop it made when the brightness adjusted itself, or the way the back hallway camera stuttered for half a second before smoothing out again. And you definitely would not have guessed that somewhere out there on that wet stretch of interstate, a dark blue sedan was already heading toward our exit. Its headlights cutting through the drizzle, its driver practicing the same tired smile in the mirror that he had probably used 100 times before. To me, it was just another night falling into place. I had no reason yet to think it was the last night of my life that would ever feel normal. 2. Tom Harris checks in. I remember the exact sound the doors made when they walked in. The automatic doors had been quiet for almost 20 minutes. Then, at 1:27 a.m., the sensor above them clicked, and the glass panels slid apart with that soft whoosh they make, like someone letting out a held breath. For a fraction of a second, cold air slid into the lobby, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and exhaust. Then they stepped through, and the doors hissed shut behind them. The man came in first. He was somewhere in his 50s, maybe older, with the kind of face that looks tired, even when it is smiling. His hair was mostly dark, but threaded with gray at the temples, and his beard was the same salt and pepper trimmed, just enough to look deliberate. He wore a faded orange Tennessee Volunteers hoodie, the logo cracked and peeling across his chest, with dark jeans and scuffed boots. Raindrops beaded on his shoulders and ran down in slow lines, dripping steadily from the hem of his sleeves onto the tile. Tap. A drop hit near the welcome mat. Tap. Another one near the base of the desk. The woman came in just behind him, almost in his shadow. She was younger than him, maybe mid-30s, but it was hard to tell. Her dark hair was pulled back into a messy knot at the nape of her neck, the kind people do in a hurry when they have been crying. Heavy black eyeliner ringed her eyes, smudged at the corners, like she had rubbed at them with the heel of her hand. Her cheeks were puffy in a way I recognized immediately, not from makeup, but from tears. She wore a tan puffer coat, zipped all the way up, even though the lobby was warm. Her hands stayed buried in the pockets. Her eyes flicked up once toward me, then dropped to the floor again like she regretted letting them rise that far. "Evenin'," the man said, stepping up to the desk. His voice was low and a little rough around the edges, not gravelly enough to be a smoker's rasp, but like he had been talking all day and ran out of smoothness halfway through. "Good evening," I said, my own voice coming out too bright in my ears. "Welcome to Lakeview Motor Inn. How can I help you?" The script was automatic at that point. I could have said it asleep. "We're just looking for a room for the night," he said. "Nothing fancy. Been on the road all day. She's about done in." He tilted his head slightly toward the woman without really looking at her. She offered a small, tight smile in my direction, and then focused on a spot somewhere to the right of my shoulder. Water dripped from the edge of her coat to the tile with a softer sound than his like fingers tapping on plastic. I watched it form a little crescent-shaped puddle at her feet. "Sure," I said. "Just one bed, non-smoking. One bed's fine," he said. "Non-smoking's fine. We won't be any trouble, I promise. Just need somewhere to crash till morning." He smiled then, and it was practiced. The kind of smile people use in customer service interactions when they want something and know they have to look harmless to get it. I glanced at the reservation screen. We had plenty of rooms open. Sunday nights were rarely full. "Our standard rate for tonight is..." He winced before I even finished the sentence, like the number physically hurt. "Come on," he said, soft and half laughing. "Any chance you can do a little better for us? We've been driving since, 5 this morning." For the first time, he turned to the woman as if inviting her to confirm the story. She did not look at him. She stared at the countertop, eyes slightly unfocused, like someone listening to a voice in another room. "It's been a long day," he said, answering for her. "She's exhausted. We'll be out first thing. Just $89 is a lot to sleep a few hours, you know." He said it gently, almost apologetically. No raised voice, no anger. Just a tired man asking for mercy from a tired clerk. On my first week, I would have defaulted to the posted rate. By the end of my first month, I had learned how much leeway I actually had, and how much Russ cared about principal versus occupancy. I thought about the crumpled receipts on the desk in the back office from nights we had rented to guys for cash out of the book. I thought about the construction crews who got weekly discounts for filling 4 rooms. I thought about how many times I had heard Russ say, "Empty room makes $0." I shaved $10 off in my head. "We can do 79 for the night," I said, "plus tax. Checkout is 11 a.m. He exhaled like he had been holding his breath. "That's real kind of you," he said. "Thank you." He squinted a little, leaning forward just slightly, and I realized he was looking at my name tag. "Emily?" he finished with a little nod. "Thank you, Emily." My own name, spoken in that low, familiar tone, slid over my skin in a way that made me want to step back. It was not the word itself. It was the way he said it, like he was not just reading it off a piece of plastic, but pocketing it. "You're welcome," I said, forcing myself not to flinch. I pulled a registration card from the stack, laid it on the counter, and slid a pen on top. The pen made a dry little scritch as it moved over the cardboard. "If you could fill this out for me," I said. "Name, address, phone number, and vehicle information. Do you have a card for incidentals?" He nodded, fishing a thin wallet out of his back pocket. As he did, his coat shifted, and I caught a faint whiff of something under the rain and the motel air oil maybe, and old coffee. The smell of long miles and short stops. He handed me the card. I ran it through the old imprint machine we still kept for backup the roller, making a rough scraping sound over the raised numbers. The impression it left on the slip was faint, but legible enough if you did not look too closely. While I did that, he started on the form. The pen scratched across the surface of the card, his handwriting small and tight. Name, Tom Harris. I watched the letters appear upside down from where I stood. The T sharp, the H looped. Address. He paused for a second, then wrote a town name and a state. No street number, no zip code. Just a place that could fit on one line if you did not care about mail ever reaching you. Phone number. He wrote quickly, his hand moving in a smooth sequence, not pausing to look up or think. The pattern looked right, 3 numbers, 3, 4, but there was something too perfect about it, like the fake numbers people give in movies. I knew I should have asked for more. A proper address, a license to copy something. The training manual had a whole section about verifying guest information. But when you stand under fluorescent lights at 1:30 in the morning, staring at a man who looks exactly like every other tired traveler who has ever asked for a break, the manual feels like it was written for another planet. I'm not a cop, I reminded myself silently. I'm just here to rent them a bed for the night. He left the vehicle make, model, line blank until I asked. Just put blue sedan, he said with a shrug. I don't know all the words for the fancy stuff. I wrote it in myself, the ballpoint nib scratching against the thin paper, blue sedan, out front. The woman still had not spoken. She stood a step behind him, and to the side, her shoulders slightly hunched under the padded coat, watching the pen move with a distant sort of attention. Her eyes were rimmed red, the whites threaded with tiny veins. The mascara on her lower lashes had clumped, leaving little black spikes. At one point, when he paused to dig for his wallet again, her gaze lifted and met mine. It was brief, just a second, maybe less, but there was something raw in it. Not fear exactly. More like resignation wrapped around something else. By the time I thought to smile at her to ask the usual small talk questions, long drive, where are you coming from? Her eyes had already slid away, fixing on a spot somewhere behind my shoulder where the lobby wall met the ceiling. All right, I said, glancing over the card one more time. "You're all set, Mr. Harris. I'll put you in one of the back rooms. It's a little quieter." "Back's fine," he said. "Whatever you think is best, Emily." There it was again, my name used like we were already on familiar terms. I entered the room number into the system and coded 2 key cards, the machine making a sequence of soft beeps and then a faint plastic clunk as it spat them back out. I slid them into the little paper folder and wrote the room number on the front in my messy block letters 129. As I handed them over, his fingers brushed mine. His skin was cooler than I expected, slightly damp from the rain, the pressure light, but just a fraction of a second too long. Not enough to call him out on. Enough to make my stomach tighten. "If you need anything, dial 0 from the room phone," I said, pulling my hand back. "I'll be here all night." He smiled, that tired, practiced smile again. "That's good to know," he said. "Right, hon?" He glanced back at the woman as if cueing her. She nodded once, a small jerk of her chin. Her lips parted like she was going to say thank you, but no sound came out. Instead, she swallowed, blinked twice, and looked at the floor again. They turned and walked toward the doors, his boots squeaking faintly on the damp tile, her shoes making almost no sound at all. As they stepped back into the little vestibule, the automatic doors sensed them and slid open with another soft whoosh. The cold air pressed in for a heartbeat, carrying the smell of rain and truck exhaust, and then they were outside, crossing the wet parking lot toward the line of cars. A new drop of water fell from the edge of the counter where his sleeve had dripped, hitting the floor with a tiny, precise tap. I wiped it up with a paper towel, more to have something to do than because it mattered. On the monitor above me, Cam 4 showed them as 2 grainy gray figures moving toward a darker gray car, a blue sedan that might as well have been invisible in black and white. Cam 3. The back hallway stayed empty for now, waiting. I watched him open the trunk and shift something inside. I watched her stand a few feet away, arms wrapped around herself, staring at nothing. None of it looked dangerous. Not yet. They were just another couple on the road. Just another name in a logbook. Just another pair of wet footprints briefly marking the lobby floor before they dried and disappeared. If there was anything wrong with the way he said my name, or the way she did not say hers, I told myself I was imagining it. After all, people who really want to hurt you do not usually ask politely for a discount first. 2.G, the woman who never spoke. If I remember him in pieces, a hoodie, a voice, the way he said my name, I remember her in fragments of silence. Most guests fill the lobby with sound even if they do not mean to. They clear their throats, set their bags down too hard, sigh when they hear the rate. They shuffle through their wallets, argue in whispers with whoever they are traveling with, ask where the ice machine is. Even the quiet ones have little noises that prove they exist. She barely disturbed the air. While he was leaning on the counter talking about how expensive it was to sleep a few hours, I tried to bring her into the conversation. It was part training, part instinct. If you acknowledge both people in a pair, things usually go smoother. Long day on the road, I asked, looking at her instead of him. "You guys coming from far?" The keycard encoder on my left chirped a cheerful little beep as it finished programming the first card, a plastic click as it popped it out. The sound cut through the lobby like a tiny alarm. She flinched. It was subtle, a quick, almost imperceptible twitch of her shoulders under the tan puffer coat, like someone who has spent a long time expecting loud noises and never quite trusts that the soft ones will stay that way. Her eyes, which had been fixed on the edge of the counter, slid up slowly. Up, but not all the way. They landed somewhere between my chin and my mouth, never quite reaching my eyes. Up close, I could see the faint, cracked lines at the corners. like she had wiped away dried tears more than once. Her eyeliner had smudged into a hazy gray under each lower lid, not in the deliberate smoky way you see on makeup tutorials, but in the I rubbed my face in a gas station bathroom way. She made a sound then, but it was not a word. It was a small, rough little exhale that could have been the beginning of, yeah, or we have, or just air catching on the back of her throat. The corner of her mouth twitched upward, but it did not become a smile. It was more like the ghost of one, the muscle remembering what it was supposed to do. Then her gaze slipped down again, back to the register card to his hand as he scribbled. Her shoes left faint, wet crescent marks on the tile darker than his heavier boot prints. I watched a drop of water fall from the hem of her coat and land right in the center of one shoe, making a tiny, almost inaudible pfft. He did not give her a chance to answer me properly. "Been going since 5, he said over his shoulder, pen scratching in tight letters. "She's worn out. We'll be asleep as soon as we hit the pillows, promise you that." He laughed softly, like it was a joke they were in on together. She did not laugh. There was a moment, a quick one, while he was turned slightly toward the card, tapping the pen against the little signature line. His body angled just enough that his shoulder blocked his view of her. In that sliver of cover, she looked up again. This time our eyes actually met. It was like stepping onto black ice, 1 second of false stability, then a drop inside my chest. There was no single emotion I could pin on her face. If I had to name it, I would say it was a blend of two things that should not fit together, a kind of hollowed-out exhaustion and something very much like warning. Not help me exactly, but pay attention. Her lips parted just a fraction. Her tongue pressed against her teeth like she was about to speak. The muscles in her throat moved. The pen scratched on the cardboard. He pivoted back toward me, and her eyes snapped down so fast it was almost a flinch. Whatever had been about to form in her mouth evaporated. She coughed quietly instead. A small, choked coo-hutch behind closed lips like her chest hurt. It was such a tiny sound that if the lobby had been any louder, I might not have heard it at all. But in that moment, with only the hum of the vending machine and the distant whisper of rain on the roof, it landed with more weight than a shout. "You all right, ma'am?" I asked, the phrase almost automatic. Her hand came out of her pocket, half an inch, fingers curling like they might grasp the edge of the counter. Then they retreated, disappearing back into the depths of the coat. She nodded once. That was all. No words. No smile this time. He did not wait for her answer. "Yeah, she's fine," he said easily, signing the card with a quick flourish. "Just tired. Long drive. You know how it is." He slid the registration card back toward me. The pen made a small, decisive tick against the cardboard as it left the surface. When I finished processing everything and handed over the key cards in their paper sleeve, he took them both. His hand closed over the little packet, completely swallowing it up. She did not reach for one, did not even extend her fingers as if to take one. She let him hold them like that was the only natural outcome. "You're in 129, I said, forcing my eyes to stay on his face and not keep flicking back to hers. Back building, ground floor, around the corner from the ice machine. "Perfect," he said. "Come on, hon, let's get you lying down." The way he said that made my skin crawl a little, and I did not know why. It sounded normal, caring even. But there was something in the cadence, the little downward dip on the word lying, that my nerves did not like. As they turned away from the desk, the soles of their shoes squeaked faintly on the wet tile. His steps were heavier, a dull sksh with each shift of weight. Hers were lighter, but more hesitant, like each footfall was being placed, carefully tested before she committed. The doors sensed them, and slid open with their usual whoosh. Outside, the drizzle had thickened just a bit, and you could hear it more plainly now. Fine drops ticking against the metal railings, pattering on the hood of the cars. I watched them cross the lobby's front window, two damp shapes under the wash of yellow light. The man moved with a certain practiced economy, shoulders rolled forward, head slightly down against the rain. The woman stayed half a step behind her arms, wrapped tight across her chest, not in the contented way of someone hugging themselves for warmth, but in the protective way of someone trying to keep their ribs from coming apart. I could have turned away then. I could have decided my job ended at the desk and let the rest of their night play out somewhere behind closed doors and do not disturb signs. Instead, I watched. Habit, boredom, curiosity. I do not know which weighed more. On the monitor, Cam 4 picked them up as soon as they stepped out beyond the overhang. In black and white, the rain looked like a swarm of tiny, bright insects flickering across the screen. The parking lot was a patchwork of pale rectangles where the lights hit, and darker pools where they did not. Their car was parked directly in front of the lobby window, 2 spaces to the left of the doors. In grayscale, the dark blue sedan was just a long, low shadow, with a paler strip where the windshield caught the overhead light. No decals, no bumper stickers, no identifying dents from this angle. Just another tired vehicle at another tired motel. He went straight to the trunk and popped it. The lid lifted with a little jerk, then a smooth arc upward rain beading along the edge. Inside, I could see the shapes of bags, a duffel, a cooler, something that might have been a toolbox or just another suitcase. He moved things around with the ease of someone who had done this routine 1,000 times, one bag out, another shoved to the side, hand disappearing into the dark and coming back with a crinkled plastic grocery sack. She did not help. She stood off to the side, not close enough to get accidentally bumped by the swinging trunk, not far enough to look like she was uninvolved. Her arms stayed crossed over her chest, hands pressed into the opposite sleeves. Every now and then, she shifted her weight from one foot to the other in a slow, restless rock, like her legs were trying to decide between running and collapsing. At one point, he turned to say something over his shoulder. His mouth moved, his head tilted, but she did not move closer. She just nodded shallowly, that same too small gesture I had seen in the lobby. Her body stayed rooted in place. Watching her there in the cold and the rain under the hum of the dusty parking lot lights, I had an impulse that surprised me. I wanted to step out from behind the desk, push through the doors, and ask her directly, "Are you okay?" Not in the polite, scripted way I had done a minute earlier. Not the "ma'am, do you need extra towels" kind of way. I wanted to ask it like I meant it, like I was ready for an answer other than yes. Instead, I stayed where I was. I watched the little gray figures on the screen. I listened to the vending machine hum and the distant hiss of a truck on the interstate. I told myself a dozen quick excuses in the space of a breath. It was none of my business. I was alone on shift. Maybe I was misreading. Maybe she was just shy or sick or introverted or done talking to strangers for the day. I almost opened my mouth, I would think later. I almost did. Almost does not count for much. He slammed the trunk closed, making the camera jitter for a split second with the impact. He grabbed the duffel and the cooler one in each hand, like they weighed nothing. As he walked toward the back corner of the lot, toward where Cam 3's hallway view would eventually pick them up, she finally moved from her spot. She fell into place just behind his right shoulder, close enough that he could have reached back and touched her without looking. She did not touch him. They passed out of Cam 4's field of view and did not reappear on Cam 1. They went around the other side of the building instead, taking the path that led straight to the back hallway entrance. Out of my line of sight, out of the lobby's glass bubble. I sat there staring at the empty frame. The keycard encoder on my left chimed another little beep as it reset itself, ready for the next guest who would not arrive. The drip from the edge of the coat puddle by the front door had already dried. Their presence in the lobby might as well have been a trick of the neon. Later, much later, when I thought back over every second of that night, over every choice I had made and every chance I had to do something different, one detail would keep looping in my head like bad footage. From the moment they stepped into the building to the moment they vanished down that back corridor, she never once reached for a door handle. Not the glass door to the lobby, not the side entrance to the hall. She never took a key card, never brushed a finger over the room number on the paper sleeve. Every threshold they crossed, front doors, hallway door, eventually, the door to room 129, he was the one who opened. He was the one who held the keys. And she followed. 3.1. Watching the hallway. For a little while after they disappeared into the back building, the night went back to pretending it was normal. Once the rain settled into a steady mist again, and the glass stopped catching every drop like static, the lobby felt almost cozy. The TV in the corner was on some late-night talk show, but I had the volume muted. The host's mouth moved in wide, animated shapes. The audience clapped silently. Bands played songs I could not hear. Their world and mine were separated by a pane of glass and a missing sound. In my world, the sounds were smaller. The wall clock to the left of the monitor ticked its way past 1:45 a.m. Each second, a precise little click that somehow managed to sound too loud and too soft at the same time. The DVR on the shelf beneath the camera monitor let out its steady, low whir, the internal fans spinning to keep the old machine from overheating. Every now and then, it made a faint tick as it switched from one recording file to another. I sat behind the desk, the swivel chair a little too big for the space, and tried to look like a person doing their job rather than a person waiting for something she could not name. The lobby was empty. The front doors were locked. My coffee had cooled into a dark, bitter pool. At the bottom of the styrofoam cup, a ring of dried brown residue clinging to the inside above it. I pushed it toward the back of the desk and pulled the metal drawer of keys open instead. It was a pointless task, but it gave my hands something to do. I thumbed through the labeled key hooks, counting under my breath, as I checked them against the list: master keys, maintenance keys, the ancient physical keys for doors that technically had electronic locks now, but still needed backups just in case. I clicked through the booking system on the computer, scanning tomorrow's arrival list, making sure every reservation had a room assigned. There was a little comfort in the neatness of it, names and numbers and times stacked in rows predictable. Every few minutes, without fully deciding to, I looked up at the monitor. The 4 boxes glowed in their grayscale grid. Cam 1, the lobby, seen from a corner angle. I could see myself in the frame if I looked head bowed over the desk. Hair pulled back posture, slouched more than any training manual would approve of. The flicker of the TV added a shifting patch of light to one wall. Cam 2, the front hallway. All the doors closed, numbers gleaming faintly where the light hit them. No do not disturb signs dangling, no trash bags outside doors. The carpet there caught more illumination from the overhead fixtures, so it looked almost bright. Cam 3, the back hallway. Narrower in the frame, darker at the edges. The ceiling there always seemed lower somehow, even in person, as if it had been built to a slightly different scale. The ice machine just out of view on the left buzzed faintly, its vibration translating into a barely there tremble in the picture. Down near the end, after the laundry room door, the show of doors began. 123, 125, 127, 129, and then the bend where the corridor turned, taking 131 through 140 around the corner and out of the camera's reach. Cam 4, the parking lot by the dumpster. A rectangle of wet asphalt, a metal trash enclosure, the back ends of a few vehicles. The semi at the far edge had gone dark now. Whoever was inside was either asleep or somewhere in one of my rooms. Nothing moved. If this had been any other night, I would have welcomed it. Nights like that meant short incident reports, no calls to the police, no yelled arguments echoing down the halls. Just boredom and the slow dissolve of hours into each other. But that weird hollow spot in my chest that the glitch from the night before had carved out, it had not filled back in. I found myself staring at Cam 3 more than the others. At that darker stretch where room 129's door stood just off center, the peephole a tiny dark dot. Everything looked exactly as it should. The patterned carpet, the edges of the baseboards, the faint shine where the wall paint caught light. I tried to picture them behind that door. I imagined him kicking off his boots, her sitting on the edge of the bed with her coat still on. I imagined the room phone on the nightstand, the little laminated card with dial 0 for front desk printed on it in cheerful blue letters. I told myself they were probably already asleep, or arguing, or watching TV with the volume too loud on some crime show, way more dramatic than anything that really happened here. Tick. The wall clock's second hand jumped another notch. I shifted in the chair, stretching my legs out, and then pulling them back up, trying to get comfortable. The upholstery made a soft, squeaking noise under my weight. The DVR fan hummed on. Then on Cam 3, something changed. It was nothing dramatic. No person wandering into the center of the frame. No door flying open. Just a movement at the very bottom of the image near where the wall met the floor. At first, I thought it was just my eyes tired from staring too long at grayscale. The patterned carpet was a busy design of dark and light shapes that could easily trick you into seeing things. If you looked at it long enough, swirls, shadows, animal shapes that weren't there. But this was different. Down at the lower right corner of the Cam 3 frame, right where the baseboard line ran along toward the corner, something darker than the carpet pattern slid into view. It was low, too low to be a person walking upright. It moved slowly, hugging the wall. The part of it that I could see was vague, but it had a structure to it, a curve and angle. The rounded top of something with a sharper edge below. For one surreal moment, my brain supplied an image a fraction of a second before I could put words to it. A knee. Like someone was crouched close to the ground, creeping along the hallway with their body pressed as low as it could go. I blinked hard and leaned forward, heart thudding faster. The shape continued its slow slide along the wall, just barely cutting into the frame, staying half hidden by the limitations of the camera's angle. It did not bob or swing the way a shadow might when someone walked by. It did not flicker like bad pixels. It moved with intention, steady and smooth. Then the monitor made that tiny sound again. A faint, almost polite pop from its guts, the same noise it made sometimes when the lighting shifted or the auto contrast kicked in. For an instant, the back hallway image brightened, the gray lightening a shade, as if a car had passed outside and bounced its beams in. On the screen, a dusting of static fizzed over the picture like snow. The timestamp in the top corner, 01:59:42, blurred for a split second, then snapped forward. 02:02:58. When the static cleared, the hallway was empty. No dark shape, no movement, just the same stretch of carpet, the same doors, the same slightly darker patch near the far turn. For a few seconds, I did not move. The clock on the wall was still ticking second by second in time with itself. The DVR fan was still whirring its steady breath unchanged. The muted TV kept flashing colors across the edge of the lobby. Only the camera feed had jumped. 3 minutes gone, erased with a flicker. My first thought was not ghost or intruder. It was the same mildly annoyed thought you have when your phone drops a call at the worst moment. You have got to be kidding me. I grabbed the little remote from beside the monitor thumb, fumbling over the buttons. It was cheap plastic, the labels half worn off from years of use. I hit the one marked with a half-faded R. The DVR interface stuttered onto the screen for a moment, white blocky letters over the 4-camera grid. I selected Cam 3, rewound the footage 30 seconds, watching the timestamp roll backward like somebody scrolling too fast through a digital clock. So 2:58 became so 1:59:42 again. I hit play. The back hallway appeared slightly grainier in replay mode. The lights buzzed faintly, a flicker at the edge of the frame. The patterned carpet sat still. The doors did not move. I watched the strip of wall at the bottom of the frame with all the focus I had. If anyone or anything was going to move along there, I would see it. The timestamp ticked forward. Row 1, 59:50, Zow 1, 59:55, O2, Do. Nothing. No dark shape. No sliding knee. No smear of shadow hugging the baseboard. The DVR did not pop this time. The picture did not jump. The time code rolled straight through the minute where I knew I had just seen something. My thumb tightened around the remote. I rewound further, another minute, back hit play, watched it again. Empty hallway, buzzing light, dead carpet. If you stare at any static image long enough, your eyes will start inventing things in it. I knew that, like seeing faces in wood grain or animals in clouds. My logical brain tried to line that up with what I had seen. Tired. You're tired. You saw the carpet pattern shift and turned it into a person because you've been thinking about the wrong kind of people all night. But the memory of that movement did not feel like a trick. It felt like the memory of a real gesture, a body trying very hard to stay out of sight and almost failing. I glanced at the wall clock. The second hand kept moving. The room around me had not skipped. The air had not jumped ahead. Only the record had. Behind me, the TV infomercial changed products in silence, knives to blenders to miracle cleaners. Someone's lips moved in a big, amazed wow, but I did not look. Instead, I put the remote down carefully, like it might break if I gripped it too hard, and sat back in the chair. For a moment, the lobby felt like it was leaning. Not physically, I knew the floor was level, but in that vertigo way where your mind realizes the thing you have been relying on is not as solid as you thought. The cameras were supposed to be proof. Proof of who came and went, who did what, who was where at what time. The silent witnesses mounted high in the corners, more reliable than any human memory. And yet, just like the night before, they had shrugged and dropped 3 minutes of reality like it was nothing. 3 minutes in which something had crawled or walked, hunched or slid along a stretch of carpet. Outside room 129, I told myself it was the DVR, old hardware, bad cables. The same boring, cut-and-dried explanation Russ had given me. But as I watched the now still image of the hallway on Cam 3 with its neat row of doors and its blank carpet, I could not shake the feeling that I had just caught the motel in a lie. That somewhere between one tick of the second hand and the next, it had seen something it did not want to keep and let it fall through the cracks. 3.2 Hey Emily. The phone started ringing just as I was trying to convince myself the glitch did not matter. I was still staring at Cam 3 at the perfectly empty hallway where something had just disappeared into a 3-minute jump when the sound hit me from the left. The motel phones did not have a soft ring. They had this harsh, slightly warped brrring that echoed off the lobby walls like a fire alarm that had been watered down. It made me jump anyway. I tore my eyes away from the monitor and looked at the little gray phone on the corner of the desk. The red message light was dark. The green line indicator blinked in time with the ring. On the tiny digital display, black block letters spelled out, Room 129. My stomach did a slow, tight twist. Of course it was 129. It would have been comforting if it were the front door intercom, or a random outside line, something I could file under normal loneliness calls or drunk guest questions. But the same set of numbers that had been sitting in the back of my skull ever since I wrote them on that key packet were now glowing on the little screen like they had been waiting their turn. The phone rang again. The lobby was so empty that the sound bounced around, filling up all the space between the ticking clock and the low whir of the DVR. It felt too loud, like someone shouting my name in a library. I picked up the receiver, the plastic warm under my fingers from sitting in its cradle under the fluorescent lights. There was a small, dry click as the line connected. "Front desk," I said, falling into the script. "This is Emily. How can I help you?" For a fraction of a second, there was nothing, just the faint hum of the line. A thin, distant hiss, like someone breathing into a seashell. Then a voice said conversationally, like we were old friends. "Hey, Emily." He did not introduce himself. He did not say, "This is Mr. Harris in 129," or "Hi, sorry to bother you." He went straight to my name, rolling it out in that low, rough voice with a familiarity that did not belong to him. Something about the way he hit the first syllable, M, made the hair along my arms stand up. I swallowed and forced my reply to sound normal. "Hi," I said. "Is everything all right in your room?" "Oh yeah," he said too quickly. "Room's fine. Heat's working, TV's working, no complaints." He paused there and I could hear him breathing. Not heavy, not labored. Just a slow in and out, a little louder than it needed to be, right up against the receiver. Behind him, faint and far away through the phone's cheap speaker, I thought I heard another sound. A soft, muffled something. Like a voice buried under layers of fabric or someone exhaling sharply through their teeth. "How can I help you?" I asked. "Well, that's the thing," he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. We forgot a couple of things in the car. Back's acting up on her something fierce, and I am about done walking back and forth tonight." As he said her, there was a rustle on the line. A shifting sound. The sort you get when someone turns over on a bed. "I was wondering," he went on, "if you might be able to give us a hand. Nothing heavy, just a couple bags cooler, that kind of thing. Save me having to make another trip." He said it like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Like asking a single woman alone at the front desk after 1:30 in the morning to leave the only public space and walk out to a half-lit parking lot with a stranger was a totally normal favor. My training and my actual instincts finally lined up for once. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm not allowed to leave the desk while I'm on shift. Company policy. But I can give you some extra time in the morning if you need a late checkout." There was a little silence on the line then. Not the comfortable kind. The kind you get when someone has heard a word they did not like and is chewing on it. In that quiet, I heard it again, that other sound. A small, broken noise in the background, like someone trying to say something with their mouth covered. It might have been the TV. It might have been pipes. It might have been nothing. My brain insisted on making it human. He exhaled a soft puff of air that fuzzed in the receiver. "Company policy, huh?" He repeated, not quite mocking, not quite neutral. "Yes, sir," I said. I could hear how formal I sounded, how the "sir" came out a little stiffer than usual. "I'm the only one here right now. I have to stay at the desk." That at least was entirely true. Sure, he said. "I get it. Liability and all that." He let the word liability drag a little. I had never heard anyone like him use that word in real life before. It fit his mouth wrong like a borrowed shirt. On the monitor above me, the lobby camera showed me with the phone pressed to my ear, shoulders tense. Cam 2 stayed empty. Cam 3 showed the back hallway still. No door open at 129. No movement near the bend. "You sound nervous," he said suddenly. The comment landed like a hand on the back of my neck. "I'm fine," I said too fast. "Just, we're not supposed to leave the desk." that's all." He chuckled low and quiet. It did not sound amused. It sounded pleased. "Relax, Emily," he said. "I ain't gonna tell on you." His voice dropped a little on you as if the word meant more than it should have. The line clicked softly as he shifted the phone like he was changing it from one ear to the other. There was another faint noise in the background, then the female voice closer this time. I could not make out words, if there even were words, just a strained, muffled tone that could have been discomfort, annoyance, or pain. "She's hurtin' pretty bad," he said. Like that explained everything. "Back's been out all week. Long drive makes it worse. I just thought..." He trailed off, letting the unfinished thought hang between us. I imagined him standing there in the dark of the room, one hand on the phone, the other holding the key card, looking at the door, the hallway, the parking lot, mapping out the distance in his head, the same way I was. Something in my chest started to ache in a way that had nothing to do with my heart, and everything to do with guilt. It would not be that far. Just out the front, across 20 feet of concrete, grab a bag, walk it back. Less than a minute, maybe 2. I had done stupider things for far less than a possible $20 bill. Tips mattered. I was making $10.50 an hour before taxes. $20 was almost 2 hours of my life back. He seemed to feel that hesitation through the line like a dog scenting blood in the water. "I'd make it worth your while," he said, voice softening, taking on a coaxing tone. "You didn't have to carry much. I'd take care of you for the trouble. Promise." The way he said "take care of you" did something unpleasant to the base of my spine. My training manual, with its corporate speak and outdated harassment policy, did not have a section for what to do when a man in a back room you just rented starts talking like that. The part of my brain that remembered Russ telling me, "Don't be a hero," and we're not law enforcement, scrambled to keep up. "I really can't leave the desk," I said again, forcing the words to be slower this time. "If there's some kind of medical issue, I can call for an ambulance. Or we can get you a different room closer to it. We're fine." He cut in a little sharper now. "No ambulance needed. I'm just asking for a little help." The warmth in his voice cooled by a few degrees. The smile slipped, even if I could not see it. There was a thin metallic edge under the words now, like a blade just starting to show through wrapping paper. He let silence stretch for a heartbeat, then 2. The clock on the wall ticked twice. The DVR fans sighed. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out in a slow, careful stream so it would not transfer into the line as a tremor. "Look," I said, trying one more time, "if you need extra pillows or blankets, I can..." He talked over me. "We just thought you might want to have a little fun," he said. He did not raise his voice. He did not laugh. He said it in the same tone someone might use to offer an extra drink at a bar light on the surface hollow underneath. "Gets lonely down there, right?" He added, softer still. "All by yourself in that little glass box." On the other end of the line, I heard that muffled female sound again. This time it was sharper, like someone had been shifted or jostled. It might have been a protest. It might have been a warning. It might have been nothing more than the springs of the mattress. He ignored it completely. My hand tightened around the receiver until the plastic creaked. Every part of me that had been watching the camera glitches with detached confusion snapped into focus. The rationalizations, "He's just tired, she's just quiet, it's just a bad DVR," started to sound as thin as the walls around us. In the corner of my eye, Cam 3 stayed stubbornly empty. No one in the hallway. No one at the door of 129. No flicker of movement to justify the way my heart was starting to pound. "We're not that kind of place," I said. My voice came out lower now, stripped of the customer service polish. "If you keep talking to me like that, I'm going to have to end this call." For a moment, all I could hear was breathing. His, mine. The strange, doubled echo of it through the motel phone lines. Then he made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sigh. "You're no fun," he said almost gently. There was another tiny click in the line, but this time it was the kind you feel more than hear, like a hand settling more firmly on something fragile. "I'll let you get back to watching your cameras," he said. "We'll see you later, Emily." He dragged my name out just enough to make it feel wrong again. Before I could decide whether to respond, the line went dead. No hold music, no polite goodbye. Just the abrupt, flat tone of disconnection pressing into my ear like a fingertip. I lowered the receiver slowly back into its cradle. The phone made that soft, final click that signaled the conversation was officially over, at least as far as the motel switchboard was concerned. But the sound of his voice saying my name in that too familiar, too casual way, wrapped around an invitation, and something colder, stayed buzzing in my head like a trapped fly. I sat there in the humming light of the empty lobby, listening to the building breathe around me, and realized that whatever line I thought existed between just another weird guest and actual danger had started to blur. The cameras above my head went on recording their clean, orderly images of empty hallways and quiet doors. None of them had captured the thing that mattered most, the way his tone changed when I said no. 3.3, the man in the camera. Later, when I tried to put the night into some kind of order on the page, I kept circling back to one specific second. Not the whole phone call, not the glitch, not even the words he used. Just the moment I made the mistake of looking up at the monitor while he was still in my ear. I do not actually remember deciding to say the word cameras. I just remember hearing it come out of my own mouth like my training and my fear had collided and chosen that as a shield. "We're not that kind of place," I said, "and everything in the hallway is on camera. I can't leave the desk. Company policy." It was a clumsy sentence, half excuse, half warning, all the ways I knew to say no without hanging up. The motel was very, very quiet when I said it. The TV in the corner was still on mute, flashing a commercial for some exercise equipment that promised impossible results in 30 days. The only sound from it was the faint electronic tick it made when the channel changed. The clock on the wall kept up its metronome heartbeat. Behind me, the mini fridge we kept under the counter for staff lunches hummed its tiny fan, whirring in uneven bursts. I could hear my own voice echoing just slightly back at me through the motel's aging phone lines, thinner and flatter than it sounded in my head. There was a small pause on the line. "Company policy, huh?" he said, and I heard the words in stereo once in my ear, soft and close, and once in my memory of what he had said earlier when I had given him that same phrase without the word camera attached. His tone had changed again. Less of the apologetic traveler, more of something else. Not outright angry. Not yet. But like I had just stepped on the edge of whatever script he had been reading from. As he said the word policy, my eyes flicked up more out of habit than anything else. They landed on cam 3. For a second, my brain refused to understand what it was seeing. The back hallway was there, same as always, the slightly too low ceiling, the patterned carpet, the row of identical doors. The patch of darker space near the far turn, where 131 and beyond hid just out of sight. All of it washed in that washed-out gray glow the ancient camera loved so much. And in the middle of the frame between the camera and room 129 stood a man. He was centered almost perfectly in the shot, just a few feet closer than 129's door, facing the camera directly. Not walking, not mid-stride, not blurred like he had been caught in motion. Just standing there, straight, still. He was tall enough that his head nearly bisected the center of the frame. His shoulders filled most of the width of the corridor. His arms hung at his sides, hands empty, fingers relaxed. His feet were planted just slightly apart, as if he had taken exactly one step out of a door and stopped. He did not move. The mini fridge fan kicked into a slightly higher pitch, a tiny mechanical whine that sounded louder than it should have. On the phone close to my ear, his voice was still there. Calm. Too calm. Just asking for a little help, he said. Don't gotta make it a big deal. His words buzzed against my skin where the receiver touched it. On the monitor, the man in the hallway stared straight into the lens. Even in grainy black and white, I could feel the direction of his gaze. It was not the absent look of someone caught by a camera they did not know was there. It was focused, deliberate. Like he was looking at me. My brain tried to offer other options, scrambling for anything that would make the image line up with reality. Maybe it was another guest. Someone from 131 or 133 just standing there for some reason. Maybe the angle of the camera made it look like he was closer than he really was. Maybe then the pen rolled off the desk. I had left it near the edge of the countertop after writing blue sedan on their registration card. My elbow must have nudged it when I shifted forward. It fell in slow motion, bouncing once against the laminated surface before dropping to the tile inside my little fortress behind the desk. The sound it made when it hit sharp plastic on hard floor snapped my attention just enough that I jerked fingers, tightening around the phone. The receiver creaked. The coil of the phone cord swayed. In that tiny, startled movement, I glanced automatically at Cam 1, the lobby view, to see myself reacting. It was a weird thing we all did sometimes, catching our own ghost on the monitor. Cam 1 dutifully showed me behind the desk phone to my ear shoulders hunched, head tilted. Cam 2 showed the front hallway empty. Cam 4 showed the lot slick with rain, the dumpsters sitting in their dark little fence. Cam 3 still showed the man. Same position, same posture, still staring. He had no business being there, and my brain knew it. The line on the phone display had said, Room 129. I had just watched them go back there. The voice in my ear belonged to a man who was supposedly inside that room, with the door closed near the bed, near the quiet, almost sounds in the background. He could not be in both places at once. And yet, like I said, I heard myself say into the phone, my voice thinner than I wanted it to be, I can't leave the desk. If you need. His voice moved closer to the mouthpiece, sharpening, like he had leaned in. Don't you trust your cameras, Emily? He asked softly. The mini fridge fan dropped back down again, a small mechanical sigh. The sound of my own breathing was too loud in my ears. I did not remember mentioning the cameras. I did not remember saying that word out loud, but I must have. I must have tossed it out there like a shield, because he had picked it up and turned it into a knife. I think we're done here, I said. If you keep the man in the hallway took a step, not a normal step, not the easy swing of someone walking to the ice machine. It was slow, almost measured. His front foot slid forward, heel then toe, pressing into the patterned carpet in a way that made the grain of the image shimmer briefly around it. His upper body did not sway the way most people's do when they move. It shifted as one solid piece, like a cutout being pushed across a page. He did not break eye contact with the camera. He did not lift his hands. He just moved one step closer. On the phone, there was a tiny intake of breath so close to the microphone that it fuzzed the line for a second. You really gonna hide behind a desk and some broken screens, he murmured. His voice was in my ear. His body was in the hallway. I knew with the kind of cold clarity that hits you right before a car crash that both of those things could not be true. And yet here they were, stacked on top of each other, in a way that made my sense of what was real feel like wet paper. "I'm ending this call," I said. "Do not call the desk again unless it's an emergency." For the first time since he had picked up, he did not talk over me. There was the faintest pause, just one missing beat in his breathing. The clock on the wall ticked once, twice. In that sliver of silence, watching that tall, still figure standing between the camera and room 129, every part of me expected something to happen. For him to lift his hand toward the lens, for the hallway door to open on its own, for the phone line to crackle with a different voice. Instead, he made a small sound in the back of his throat, somewhere between a chuckle and a click of disapproval. "You have a good night then," he said quietly. "We'll see you around." The last word hung there for a second, stretched and strange. Then the line cut off with a dry, decisive click. It was so abrupt that for a heartbeat I thought the phone had been knocked out entirely. The absence of his voice was jarring, like someone had slammed a door in a silent house. I was left holding the receiver to my ear, listening to nothing but the thin, flat dial tone that rushed in to replace him. The mini fridge hummed. The clock ticked. My own breath went in and out in shallow pulls. Slowly, I lowered the receiver back into its cradle. It settled into place with that soft, final clack that usually meant closure. My eyes were already back on the monitor. On cam 3, the man in the hallway moved again. Just one more step. Closer to the camera, closer to me. The grain of the image fuzzed around his outline, as if the sensor did not quite know how to process the edges of him. His face was still turned directly toward the lens. I could not make out features clearly, just the general arrangement. Eyes, nose, mouth, all where they should be. But the impression of focus was unmistakable. I realized I was gripping the edge of the desk so hard my fingertips hurt. Then the monitor made that small internal pop again. Static crawled over the back hallway image like frost, jagged and bright for a single heartbeat. The timestamp in the corner stuttered. ZO2 14:03 jumped to ZO2 17:26. When the picture settled, the hallway was empty. No man, no movement. Just the doors. Just the carpet. Just the dim buzz of fluorescent lights doing their best over worn-out paint. The spot where he had just been standing looked exactly like every other square foot of the corridor. Clean. Forgettable. In the lobby, the fridge fan eased into its lower hum. A car somewhere out on the road downshifted the sound, distant and normal. I sat there under the humming lights, the dead phone at my elbow, the DVR whirring innocently under the monitor, and tried to make the two truths live together in my head. On the recording, nothing had happened. But I had just watched a man stand in that hallway, staring straight into the camera, while his voice spoke to me from inside room 129. That was the moment more than any other when the motel stopped being just a place I worked and became something else. Not haunted, exactly. Not in the way people mean when they talk about ghosts. Just wrong. Like there was a gap somewhere between what really happened in those halls and what the motel allowed to be remembered. And somehow, without realizing it, I had just stepped into that gap. 4. Schaukunen, the lobby doors, breathe. When the line went dead and the man in the hallway vanished with the next DVR jump, I sat there for a few seconds with my hand still on the phone, like if I stayed very still, the night might decide to rewind itself. It did not. The dial tone droned thin and flat for a moment longer before I remembered to hang up. The receiver slid into the cradle with a soft clack that sounded too final, like sealing something in instead of shutting it out. The motel felt different. Nothing had actually changed. Same humming lights, same muted TV cycling through commercials, same burnt coffee smell soaked into the carpet. but the air had gone lighter and thinner, like someone had quietly opened a window in a room you did not know had windows. The mini fridge under the counter buzzed steadily. The DVR gave a little mechanical tick as it switched to a new recording file, the timestamp in the corner of the camera grid rolling over another minute. The clock on the wall kept up its metered ticking second after second. I stared at Cam 3 until my eyes hurt, daring the hallway to produce another impossible man. It did not. Just patterned carpet and closed doors, 129's frame, a dull gray rectangle in a row of dull gray rectangles. I told myself to move. The sensible part of my brain, the part that remembered news stories and safety videos and Russ's offhand "don't be a hero," started whispering the word police. I was alone on shift. A guest had called my name in a way that made my skin crawl. The same guest had somehow been standing in the hallway while his voice came through the phone. You do not need a ghost story to justify calling 911. You just need the feeling that something is wrong and getting worse. I reached for the second phone, the one behind the desk, that connected to outside lines without going through the motel switchboard. My fingers brushed the keypad. That was when the front doors opened. They did not slam or bang. They did not shudder under a heavy impact. They exhaled. The sensor above them clicked a tiny plastic touch, and the glass panels slid apart with their familiar soft hiss as the rubber seal dragged over the tile. A thin rush of cold air slid into the lobby, brushing across my exposed wrists and the side of my neck. I froze. The phone stayed half off its cradle. My hand hovered over the keypad. Every instinct I had, the ones honed by a few dozen late nights with drunks and screamers and head cases, snapped into the same sharp point. Someone was coming in, except no one did. The doors opened to their full width, paused in that stance like an inhaled breath, and then slowly, smoothly closed again. The seals met with a soft thump. The small wind chime Russ's wife had hung under the metal awning, a cheap little string of silver tubes, and a star-shaped clapper jittered and rang as the gust stirred it, a thin, tinny music filtering in from outside. My eyes stayed on the glass. Beyond it, the empty parking lot glistened under the sodium lights. The drizzle had picked up again, tracing diagonal lines across the dark asphalt and the windshields of sleeping cars. No new headlights glowed on the frontage road. No taillights flashed. No one stood at the threshold. No one had walked away. The sensor sometimes lagged when people came in, taking an extra beat to register a body. I had never seen it decide on its own that the motel needed to take a breath. I waited, heart pounding in my throat, for it to happen again, for the doors to hiccup open and shut, for a person to materialize from some blind spot, a drunk, a lost driver, somebody who had leaned on the glass just out of camera view. Nothing. Just the light, the rain, the faint metallic ringing as the chimes under the awning settled down. Behind me, the DVR ticked again. A fresh file, a new segment of footage, another neat little block in the motel's memory. I let go of the phone and stepped out from behind the desk, my feet suddenly too loud on the carpet. The lobby felt shallower than before, like the front doors had crept closer while I was not looking. My hand shook just enough that I noticed it as I reached for the glass. From up close, the world outside looked flatter, pressed into the window like a photograph. The parking lot puddles reflected the overhead poles in stretched, shivering streaks. A takeout cup someone had dropped earlier sat on its side near the curb, catching thin streams of rain. No one. No movement. My breath fogged the glass a little in a patch in front of my mouth. I stepped to the side so I would not have to see my own distorted face looking back. I told myself I was just verifying that the sensor was glitching. Add it to the list: old DVR, dead, panic button, moody doors. I would write it all up in the log for Russ to sigh over in the morning. but my gaze slid past the lot and settled on the second-floor row of windows in the back building, where the exterior hallway faced us like a peeled-open dollhouse. There it was, the rectangle of room 129's front window. From this angle, I could not see the door, just the curtain drawn tight across the glass behind the metal rail. The fabric was the same standard-issue motel beige with a darker geometric pattern meant to hide stains and block the light. A sliver of lamplight glowed underneath the bottom edge, a thin line of yellow against the dark. At first, nothing was wrong. Then I noticed the gap. It was not much, just a vertical seam where the two halves of the curtain did not quite meet in the middle. A finger-width slash of darkness about 2/3 of the way across the window, too slim for anyone normal to care about. Every guest leaves some crack. People are lazy, distracted, drunk. They shuffle the curtains closed enough to convince themselves no one can see in and forget the rest. But there was something about that specific gap that pinned my eyes in place. It felt intentional. The wind pushed a little harder against the building, ringing a few more notes from the chimes under the awning. The branches of the half-dead tree by the dumpster swayed. The rain made soft, spitting sounds against the metal railings. Up there, 129's curtain did not move. I told myself, "You are being ridiculous," at precisely the moment something pale shifted behind the crack. Just a flicker at first. A sudden change in the quality of the darkness, like someone had slid closer to the window and blocked a little of the ambient light from the room. I leaned forward without meaning to my forehead, almost touching the glass. My breath fogged it again, this time higher up. I wiped it away with the side of my hand, never taking my eyes off that gap. The pale shape edged into the seam, not all at once. Slowly, like someone easing their face up to a peephole. Cheek first, just a faint curve of lighter tone against the dark. Then the bridge of a nose. The rounded arc of a forehead. The edge of an eyebrow. It pressed in close to the glass, so close the features were distorted by distance and angle. All I could really see was the general whiteness of skin, the blurred suggestion of structure. But the eye, when it finally tilted into view, was unmistakable. I could not tell you what color it was. From that far away, through 2 panes of glass and bad lighting, everything was some variation of gray. But I saw the round of it, the wet shine, the way the upper lid lifted just a fraction wider when it found the lobby. It was not looking out at the parking lot, not at the truck, not at the rain. It was looking at me. The face did not move much past that. It did not press itself fully into the gap. It did not slam against the glass in a jump scare. It just hovered there, cheek and brow and eye, taking up that thin strip of space like someone afraid to open the curtains more than a finger's width. For half a second, I told myself it could be her. The woman in the puffer coat. Maybe she could not sleep. Maybe she had spotted motion down here and was just people watching through the mistake in the curtain. If that were true, there should have been something in her expression I recognized. Embarrassment, curiosity, even that hollow tiredness from before. Instead, the eye held the same flat, steady focus I had seen in the grainy hallway image when the man had stared into the camera. Not angry, not pleading, just measuring. My heart climbed up into my throat. My body did this strange, stuttering dance between fight and flight, and freeze feet, wanting to back away, hands wanting to shove the door-locked lungs, forgetting what they were supposed to do. I took one halting step backward, my shoes squeaking softly on the damp mat. Up in 129, the face shifted in the gap. Not much, just a small tilt, like a head cocking to one side when it hears something interesting. The eye moved with it, the gaze never breaking. The motion was so slight that if I had blinked, I might have missed it. It was enough to make every hair on my arms stand straight up. Behind me, at the edge of my awareness, the DVR ticked again, transitioning cleanly to another file. Somehow, that tiny sound, the motel's memory deciding where to cut and start fresh, terrified me almost as much as the eye. What would it keep? What would it skip? Another gust of cold air pushed through the gaps around the door, making the chimes rattle and the lobby plant's leaves tremble. I stumbled the rest of the way back to the front desk. There was a manual lock bar hidden under the countertop that most guests never saw. It let you take the automatic doors off the mercy of the sensor and clamp them shut from the inside. I had only used it twice before, once during a storm that knocked the power out once, when a drunk had decided the lobby was open season. My fingers found it now metal smooth and cold, and shoved it into place with a hard, satisfying clunk that felt too loud. The doors stayed shut. The sensor could click itself to death if it wanted. The glass was done breathing for the night. I forced myself to look up one more time over the top of the monitor, through the reflections and the rain and the layers of glass. The gap in 129's curtain was empty. The two halves of beige fabric met neatly in the middle, now a perfect seam. No pale strip of skin, no eye, no evidence there had ever been anything there at all. For a long moment I stood there with my hands locked on the edge of the desk, listening to the motel around me. The automatic door's motor hummed, straining faintly against the engaged lock before giving up. The DVR whirred on its fan, a low, constant breath. Somewhere in the back building I thought I heard a door close softly, but it could have been pipes or the ice machine dropping a load. Front door locked, I told myself. Cameras on, phone within reach. None of it felt like enough. Because the thing I was afraid of was not outside trying to get in. It was already upstairs, behind a door I had coded myself, looking down at me through a gap I had almost missed. And if the motel could decide when doors opened and when memory cut out, then the thin strip of glass between us was not really a boundary at all. It was just another surface waiting for a face to press against it. 4-2, the wrong knock. Once the face vanished from the curtain and the doors were locked, I ran out of ways to lie to myself. I stood behind the desk, fingers still wrapped around the cool metal bar that held the front doors shut, listening to my own pulse in my ears. Every sensible thought I had been smothering since check-in finally clawed its way to the surface. Call the police. I glanced at the lobby phone, then at my cell sitting on the counter near the printer. The lobby phone was technically what we were supposed to use for guest-related incidents, but the thought of routing anything through the motel's ancient switchboard made my stomach turn. I grabbed my cell. My hands were shaking so badly that I hit the wrong icon twice before the keypad appeared. I forced my thumb to slow down, pressed 911, and held the phone to my ear, staring straight at the monitor while it rang. It barely rang once. 911. What is your emergency? A woman's voice said, clear and clipped with that strange balance of calm and urgency people in that job learn to use. This is Emily, I blurted. I'm working night shift at the Lakeview Motor Inn off I-40, exit 232, and there's... I stopped because I had no idea how to summarize what theirs was. I could not say, there's a man who is in two places at once on my cameras. I could not say, there was an eye watching me through a crack in the curtain from a room I rented, to a guy who says my name like he already owns it. I did not have a box to check on their form for the motel itself. Feels like it's lying. Okay, Emily, the dispatcher said, professional patient. Take a breath. Are you in immediate physical danger right now? I sucked in air, realized I had barely been breathing. I don't know. Maybe. I'm alone at the front desk. I have a guest in room 129 who just called down, and he was trying to get me to leave the desk to help him get stuff from his car. And when I said no, his tone changed. He's with a woman who hasn't spoken once, and is this a domestic dispute? She cut in, already sorting me into categories. Are you hearing a fight? Does anyone sound like they're being hurt? In the room, I don't. No, not exactly. I heard her. I don't know. She sounds off. That's not why I'm calling, not just that. I looked up at the monitor. Cam 3 showed the back hallway still and empty. Cam 4 showed the lot. The blue sedan sat exactly where I had seen it last. No doors open, no one moving. There have been camera glitches, I said, hearing how crazy that sounded, even as I said it. The recording skipped earlier, like a couple of minutes disappeared. And just now, while he was on the phone with me from 129, I saw a man standing in the hallway on the camera between the room and the lens. I swear it was him. He was just standing there, staring at the camera. But the call was still coming from inside the room. It doesn't make sense. The dispatcher was quiet for half a second. Okay, she said, slowly typing. I could hear the faint click of keys in the background. So you have a male guest in 129 behaving in a way that makes you uncomfortable. You're alone. You've observed someone in the hallway on your cameras. You're not sure if it's the same person, and there are technical issues with your system. Is that right? When you say it like that, it sounds less, I muttered. It doesn't sound less, she said. If you feel unsafe, that's enough. Has the guest threatened you directly? Not exactly, I said. From somewhere behind me, the soda machine kicked on. It had been humming this whole time, a low, steady drone, but now the compressor engaged with a sudden harsh chunk followed by a rising whine as it started to chill a new batch. The sound made me jump. My pen, the one I had dropped earlier, rolled a little on the floor, bumping against my shoe. Emily, the dispatcher, said, "You still with me?" "Yes." "Sorry." "Yeah. Okay. Are all the exterior doors locked?" "Yes," I said automatically, glancing at the front. The manual bar was in place. The front is. The hallway doors auto-lock. You need a key card from the inside after midnight. Good. Do you have a secure office you can go into and lock the door? Yes, I said again. There's an office behind the desk, but I have to be able to see the lobby. Right now, I want you in a locked room, she said. Officers are en route, but it may take them a few minutes to get there. You said the guest tried to lure you out of sight. We're not giving him a second chance. Can you go into the office and take the phone with you? Yes. I repeated, a little more breathless. I started backing toward the narrow door behind the counter that led to the back office phone pressed between my ear and shoulder. As I moved, the building answered me. 3 soft knocks came from my right. They were gentle, almost polite tap, 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 spaced just far enough apart to feel deliberate. Not the flat slap of a drunk pounding on the glass. Not the hollow boom of someone hitting the exterior doors. They came from entirely the wrong direction. The front entrance was straight ahead and slightly left of where I stood. The knocks had come from the wall on my right, from the area where the short hallway opened into the breakfast room. I stopped walking. Emily, the dispatcher, asked again. What was that? Someone just knocked, I whispered. But not on the front door. The motel's lobby was basically a T-shape. Front doors ahead, desk in the middle, breakfast room to the right. There was a small interior window cut into the wall between the lobby and the breakfast area, a rectangular pane about 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall, half hidden behind a decorative curtain during the day, so the staff could pass coffee pots and trays through. At night, we left the curtain open. The breakfast room lights were usually off, the space lit only by the glow from the soda fountain and the red digits on the waffle iron's temperature display. Now that interior window was a black rectangle on the right-hand wall. The only light seeping into it came from the lobby behind me, and the faint, flickering reflection of the TV. The knocks had come from that direction. I turned my head slowly, throat dry. The breakfast room beyond the glass was dark. I could see the faint outlines of the tables, the upturned chairs, the metal frame of the cereal dispenser. The soda machine's panel glowed a dull, watery white against the far wall, casting just enough illumination to give everything a sick, underlit look. Nothing moved. "Where is the knocking coming from?" Emily, the dispatcher, asked. Her voice had tightened slightly, the professionalism still there, but edged now. "The wall to the breakfast room," I said. "There's an interior window. Nobody should be in there. It's locked from the inside after 10. "Okay. I want you to go into the office now," she said. "Don't approach the sound. Just move away and get behind a locked door." "Can you do that?" I nodded before remembering she could not see me. "Yes," I said. "Yeah, I'm going." I took a step toward the office door. 3 more knocks, same rhythm, same gentle force. Tap, tap, tap. This time there was no mistaking it. It came from the glass. I turned my head more quickly than I meant to. The phone nearly slipped from my hand. I caught it against my cheek, the plastic edge digging into my skin. The interior window to the breakfast room stared back at me. Lobby light reflected in it, throwing my own ghostly outlined front desk monitor glow my white face back at me. Beyond the reflection, the breakfast room was still dark and still. But the glass itself vibrated with the last of the impacts, a faint shudder that caught the overhead light and made it shimmer. Emily, the dispatcher, said, "What just happened?" "Someone is knocking on the glass to the breakfast room," I whispered. 3 times. "I don't see anyone." "Is there any way into that room from outside?" she asked immediately. "Exterior doors, side entrances." "There's a side door on the far wall," I said. "It's supposed to be locked. You need a key to open it from outside." "Okay. I want you to back away now. Go into the office. Do not try to investigate. Officers are coming, all right. Stay on the line." I backed up another step. The tile under my shoes changed to the more worn, softer carpet of the staff area, and somehow that made me feel even more exposed. The monitor was still in my line of sight. Cam 1 showed the lobby, Cam 2 the front hallway, Cam 3 the back, Cam 4 the lot. All of them showed nothing. I forced my feet to keep moving. The office was a windowless little room behind the front desk, just big enough for a desk, a filing cabinet, and a broken swivel chair no one liked to sit in. The door was solid with a deadbolt you could lock from the inside, and a peephole that looked out into the back corner of the lobby. I pushed through one hand, still on the phone, and swung the door shut behind me. The latch clicked. The bolt slid home with a heavy chunk that echoed much louder than the simple mechanism deserved. Instantly, the sounds of the lobby dulled like someone had thrown a blanket over the whole front of the motel. "I'm in the office," I said. My voice sounded closer now, boxed in by the small room. "Door is locked. Good job," the dispatcher said. "Stay with me, okay? Can you describe the guest again?" "The man from 129. I gave her the details mechanically, mid-50s, gray in his beard, Tennessee hoodie, 6'1" blue sedan, the name he wrote down, the fact that it was almost certainly fake. She typed, asked me to spell things, asked if I had any reason to believe he was armed. "Not specifically," I said. "He didn't show anything. But he tried to get me alone, and I think the woman with him might not be there willingly." Behind the door, the motel went on, making its ordinary noises. The soda machine in the breakfast room cycled down its compressor, sighing off. The ice machine somewhere in the back hallway clattered a fresh load into its bin, a faraway crash like falling rocks. The mini fridge in the office kicked on with its own little whir, making a vibration under my feet. For a few seconds, nothing new happened. Then I heard footsteps. They were faint, muffled by the layers of carpet and door, but they were there. A soft, dragging rhythm crossing the lobby coming from the direction of the breakfast room, moving toward the front desk. I straightened without meaning to my whole body going rigid. Emily, the dispatcher's voice sharpened. "Talk to me." "What do you hear? Someone's in the lobby," I breathed. My mouth had gone dry again. I stopped straining to separate real sounds from the ones my brain wanted to fill in. The footsteps were so soft, they could have been the building settling. They seemed to approach the desk, pause, then shift direction. For a moment, I thought they were headed toward the front doors. Then 3 more knocks. Not on the breakfast room window this time. Closer. And not on the glass at the front. They came from just the other side of the wall behind my head. The sound transmitted through drywall and studs, duller but unmistakable. Thump. 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 Right where the office wall met the back of the built-in front desk unit. Emily, the dispatcher, said again, voice now in full command mode. "You're in a locked room, correct? No windows." "Yes," I whispered. "Stay there. Do not open the door. Officers are on scene and approaching the building now. You'll hear them identify themselves. Do not open for anyone else." "Do you understand?" "Yes." I backed away from the wall, moving until my calves pressed against the edge of the office desk. My knees bent without my permission, and I sank down until I was half sitting on it, phone clutched so tightly my fingers hurt. The footsteps, if they were footsteps, faded, or I stopped being able to tell them apart from the pounding of my own heart. The motel's humming, ticking, whirring filled in all the spaces where I thought I had heard movement. Somewhere far off, a siren wound up the rising wail, carrying faintly through the office door. I closed my eyes and listened to it get closer, telling myself that sound was real, that there would be uniforms and notebooks and rational explanations between me and whatever was pacing the wrong side of the walls. What I did not know yet, sitting in that cramped office with my back to a thin layer of wood and plaster, was how clean everything would look by the time the cops walked through the lobby, or how little the motel would have to show them. 4. 3 empty room, wet sink. When the knock on the office door finally came, it was the first one that sounded like it belonged to this world. Firm, solid. 3 quick raps, knuckles on wood instead of whatever had been tapping glass and walls a few minutes earlier. "Police," a man's voice called. "Ma'am, Emily, you can open up. It's the officers." The dispatcher stayed in my ear. "Do you hear officers announcing themselves?" she asked. "Yes," I managed. "Okay. Verify through the peephole before you open, then hang up with me only when you're sure. Units are on scene." My legs did not want to cooperate, but I made them. I slid off the edge of the desk, crossed the few steps to the door, and put my eye to the tiny fisheye lens set into the wood. The peephole warped the world into a bubble, but I could see enough the front corner of the lobby, the edge of the desk, and 2 uniforms standing just in front of the office door. The taller one had his back to me, shoulder patch visible. The shorter one was angled toward the glass doors, one hand resting lightly near his hip. Beyond them, through the lobby windows, blue and red lights pulsed across the parking lot, washing over the wet asphalt and the motel sign in slow, nauseating waves. I hung up with the dispatcher, slid the deadbolt back, and opened the door. The officers smelled like cold air and wet fabric, the same rain-soaked scent that had followed the couple in earlier, but cleaner somehow. Real. The taller one was in his 40s maybe, with close-cropped hair and lines around his eyes that said he had heard a lot of stories at bad hours. The other was younger, early 30s, his face still too smooth for this shift. Their radios hissed and crackled softly on their shoulders, bursts of static and distant voices filtering into our little bubble of fluorescent light. "You, Emily?" the older one asked. I nodded, fingers twisted into the hem of my polo so hard it hurt. "I'm Officer Green, this is Officer Miller," he said. "We got the call about a suspicious guest and possible safety issue with you being alone. You want to tell us what's going on?" I did. Or tried to. The story came out in pieces the way it had to the dispatcher, except now I was saying it, standing in the lobby where it had happened, the monitor humming above us, the bar still bracing the front doors shut. I told them about the check-in, about Tom Harris, and the woman who never spoke. I told them about the phony information on the card, the way he said my name. I told them about the call, about him trying to get me outside, about the tone shift when I refused. I even told them about the glitches, how the cameras had skipped minutes, how I had seen him in the hallway while his voice was still on the line from the room. I watched their faces while I talked, trying to read what they thought. Miller's brows drew together at a few points, especially when I described the woman. His jaw tightened when I repeated the line about having a little fun. Green stayed more neutral, but there was a flicker in his eyes when I mentioned the dead panic button and the DVR skipping. Not surprise exactly. Recognition. "All right," Green said when I ran out of words. "First things first. No one should be trying to lure you out of a secure area when you're working alone. You did the right thing not going outside." He glanced up at the monitor. "You said room 129, he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Back building, ground floor. I put them there myself." He nodded, thumb brushing the radio mic on his shoulder. "Dispatch Unit 214 and 219 are on scene at Lakeview Motor Inn. We're going to check room 129, possible suspicious persons. Stand by." "Copy 214. A distant voice crackled back. "Room 129, we went together." The three of us crossed the lobby, their boots making soft, heavy sounds on the carpet, my sneakers whispering. The front doors stayed locked. Green unlocked them with a practiced flip of the bar and a key from his belt. The metal chime under the awning rattled as the cold air rushed in again, wrapping around my ankles like water. Outside, their cruiser sat at an angle near the front steps, light bar still spinning, painting the motel's beige exterior in alternating red and blue. The rain had eased back to a mist, but the air felt sharper now, every breath like a sip of something too cold. We cut across the lot toward the back building. The blue sedan was still parked where I had last seen it through Cam 4, dark, closed, indistinguishable from a dozen other anonymous cars that had passed through this place. Green's flashlight beam slid over it briefly, catching the wet sheen on the hood, the drops clinging to the windows. No stickers, no plates from out of state. Just another Tennessee tag with numbers that meant nothing to me. "You sure that's theirs?" Miller asked quietly. "That's what he said," I replied. My voice came out small in the open space. We reached the back hallway door. It had a keycard reader like the rooms, meant to keep out anyone who was not a guest after hours. Someone had jammed the frame years ago, though, and it never quite sealed right. Green tried the handle. It opened with a soft, metallic clack, no key needed. "That's good to know," he muttered. Inside the hallway smelled faintly of detergent and something older underneath stale air, old spills scrubbed out of thin carpet. The overhead fluorescent tubes hummed and flickered. The patterned floor muffled our steps. Our little group moved down the corridor past 121, 123, 125. My pulse climbed with every number. The door to 129 looked exactly like any other beige, with a metal handle and a peephole dead center. No "Do Not Disturb" tag. No trash outside. No sign at all that anything was wrong. Green knocked once. His knuckles hit the wood with a dull, authoritative thud. "Sheriff's office," he called. "Tom Harris, this is law enforcement. We need you to open the door." Nothing. The only reply was the faint hiss of the air vent overhead and the distant clunk of the ice machine at the far end of the hall cycling. He knocked again, harder. "Police," he said. "Open up or we're coming in." Still nothing. He looked at me. "You got a master key." My fingers dug into my pocket almost before he finished asking. The MasterCard was on a separate ring from the guest keys, a plain white plastic rectangle labeled in black marker Master A. I handed it over. The sleeve of his jacket brushed my knuckles colder than the air. He slid the card into the lock. The reader beeped once too loud in the quiet hall, and the mechanism clacked open. He twisted the handle and pushed. The door swung inward. The first thing that hit me was the temperature. The room was warmer than the hallway, like someone had turned the heat up and left it to swell in the closed space. The air smelled like the generic motel cleaner we used overlaying something faintly metallic, and something else I could not quite place. Not blood, not sweat, just human presence on the edge of being wiped away. Miller went in first, flashlight leading hand near his holster. Green followed. I stayed in the doorway, one foot on the hall carpet, one on the room's. It looked untouched. The bedspread was still perfectly smooth at the hospital corners at the bottom of the sheets, as tight as when Tanya's crew had made them. No dent in the mattress, no pillows tossed aside. The little row of shampoo bottles and soaps on the bathroom counter sat in their exact line labels facing out. The duffel bag and cooler I had watched him carry in from the car were gone. There were no clothes hanging on the rack, no shoes by the door, no phone charger snaking from an outlet to the nightstand. Even the TV remote sat exactly centered in its little plastic cradle, an unnatural level of order. "Does this look like anyone's been in here?" Miller asked quietly. My mouth opened, then closed. "Yes," I said, finally. "It does." Because for all that surface stillness, the room felt wrong in a way fresh rooms never did. There was a thinness to the air, a lingering warmth that did not match an empty, unused space. And then there was the light. The bathroom door was half open, spilling a yellow strip onto the carpet. The fan inside hummed a low mechanical rattle. Green nudged the door wider with his knuckles. The bathroom mirror was fogged. Not lightly, not like it gets from someone washing their hands in warm water. Heavy condensation clung to the glass beads of moisture running down in slow tracks. The sink basin below was wet water stippling its white surface. A thin stream still trickled from the faucet every few seconds, releasing a fat drop that fell and exploded into smaller droplets, each impact making a tiny, sharp plink. "Recently used," Green said almost to himself. Miller stepped closer, careful not to touch anything. He leaned in, examining the condensation pattern like it might spell something. "If nobody was in here," he said, "your housekeeping must be showering on the clock." His attempt at dry humor fell flat. I stared at the sink. A drop gathered at the lip of the faucet, swelled, let go. Plink. My skin crawled at the timing. I had been in the office with the door locked for maybe 10-12 minutes before they arrived. Maybe another 5 while they cleared the exterior. Whoever had been using this bathroom had turned that water off not long before the red and blue lights hit the front of the building. "Check the phone," Green said. The room phone sat on the nightstand, beige plastic like everything else. The little message light was dark. The handset rested perfectly in its cradle cord, coiled neatly. Miller picked it up with 2 fingers. The base slid an inch, revealing the back panel and the cluster of wires plugging into the wall. One of them dangled loose. "The line's unplugged," he said. He held up the end of the phone cable, the little plastic clip still intact, hanging in the air like a cut umbilical cord. "Was it like that before Green asked me?" "No," I said, stomach lurching. "He called me from that phone." The display showed 129. Right after I hung up, I went into the office. I never came up here. No one else had a key. Green exchanged a look with Miller. So at some point after the call, he said slowly, someone unhooked the phone, turned off the water, grabbed everything they brought in, and walked out without being seen on your cameras. Or the cameras saw it and decided not to remember, I muttered, without meaning to. They did not dignify that part with a response. Not in words, anyway. They did a quick sweep of the rest of the room. No luggage hidden in the closet. No personal items in drawers. The bedspread immaculate. Trash can empty except for the plastic liner. The only sign of life was that damp sink and the mirror still ghosted with someone's breath. As we walked back down the hall toward the lobby, the carpet swallowed the sound of their boots, but I could hear little crackles from their radios as other units checked in on other calls. The normal world went on outside this little stretch of corridor. Back at the front desk, Green asked to see the paperwork. I handed him the registration card and the old-fashioned slip with the card imprint. The ballpoint ink on the card looked even more flimsy now. Tom Harris, a town without a street address, a phone number that might as well have been 5555555555 for all the truth it held. Miller tried dialing it from the lobby phone. It rang 3 times, then clicked over to a generic recorded message about this number is not in service. Green held the imprint slip up to the light. The raised numbers from the credit card had barely made a dent. The machine we used was old and the roller's pressure weak. The copy was a ghost of a ghost, numbers present just enough to look like we had done our due diligence if anyone checked, but too faint to be reliably processed by hand later. "Can your system run that card?" Green asked. "No," I said. "We only did the imprint because our modem's down half the time at night. The actual charge goes through in the morning. Russ runs them then." "Good luck with this one," Miller murmured, not unkindly. Green flipped the registration card over, examining the back. Nothing but our motel's generic terms and conditions. No extra notes, no license number, no ID photocopy. Because I had not asked. Because he had not given me enough of a problem before midnight to justify pushing harder. So we've got a fake-sounding name, no verifiable address, a dead phone number, a card imprint that might as well be blank, and a room that looks like no one stayed in it, except the sink is wet and the mirror's fogged, Green said, summing it up. And a phone line in the room physically unplugged after he called me, I added. That part stuck in my throat more than the rest. He looked at me for a long moment. His eyes were tired, but there was something sharper behind them now. "You said he didn't sound surprised when you mentioned cameras," he said. "Did you get the sense he knew exactly what parts of this place were covered and what weren't?" "Yes," I said. The word came out without hesitation. He chose the back building. He never once came through the lobby again. When I saw him on the monitor, he was standing where the angle is worst. Green nodded slowly. "Some guys go off the rails once in their lives," he said, voice low. "Lose it on a spouse, a clerk, a random person in a parking lot. You can feel the chaos when they talk. The ones that worry me are the ones who sound like they're following a pattern." I did not say anything. I did not have to. I thought about the way Tom Harris had asked for a cheaper rate, with just the right mix of politeness and fatigue. About the way he had read my name off my tag and used it like we were on a first-name basis after 30 seconds. About the way the woman with him had never once touched a key card or a door handle. About the glitching cameras, the gaps, the missing minutes. About the unplugged phone line dangling neatly from the wall like a signature. He had not improvised any of it. Not the fake details. Not the shower to fog the mirror and wash whatever needed washing. Not the clean bed, not the exit timing. This had been a practiced routine. Somewhere else in some other cheap motel off some other interstate, there had been another night shift. Emily, another key packet with another fake name, another room that looked untouched, except for one small, wet detail. The thought landed in my chest like a stone dropping into deep water. He had not just passed through my life. I had stepped for one night into the middle of something he had done before. And nothing in the motel, not the cameras, not the registration card, not the credit slip, not even the phone line had kept a single solid piece of him behind. 5-1 going back to work, the next day on paper, it became an incident. Not a crime, not an assault, not even a proper call, just an incident. I did not sleep when my shift ended. I lay on my cousin's couch with the blinds cracked enough to let the gray morning in, listening to the building's pipes and the upstairs neighbor's footsteps waiting for a knock that did not come. Every time my eyes closed, I saw that gap in the curtain. At 129, that pale slice of face, that shin-level movement in the camera. When my alarm went off that afternoon, I felt like I had run all night instead of sitting behind a desk. Back at the motel under the same humming lights, everything looked smaller, like someone had washed it in hot water and shrunk it one size. The printer on the back counter churned out a stack of papers as soon as I logged in reservation confirmations invoices and one thin sheet with black block letters at the top, incident report. The machine made a high whining "aye" as it fed the paper through, then a sharp thack as it dropped the finished page onto the tray. My name was already on it. Date, time, nature of incident, suspicious guest, harassment. There was a blank space for outcome. Russ sat in his usual chair in the back office, the door propped open so he could pretend he was part of the conversation if anyone walked in. He had a can of generic cola sweating on the desk beside him, condensation ring already etching into the wood. He popped it open with a loud, fizzy psst just as I finished reading the first paragraph of the report. "Hell of a night, huh?" he said, like he was talking about bad weather. I did not trust myself to answer. I handed him the report instead. He skimmed it, lips moving slightly as he read, pausing only to take a sip of soda. The sound of him swallowing suddenly seemed way too loud. Officers responded, checked premises, no suspects on scene, no physical injuries reported, he read aloud. Guest information provided to responding units. No further action taken at this time. Recommend staff safety training refresher. He grunted. At least they wrote something, he said. Half the time they don't even bother with a report if nobody's bleeding. There was a woman with him, I said. She never said a word. They were just gone. He shrugged one shoulder, eyes already drifting toward the monitor mounted in the corner of his office. Housekeeping says the room was clean, he said. I asked. Tanya said it looked like nobody slept in the bed, just the bathroom. She thought maybe we had a walk-in that decided to head back out before morning. Happens. The phone line was unplugged, I said, hearing my own voice thin. The sink, I know, he said quickly, like he wanted to cut that part off. I was here when they told me. Look, Em, I'm not saying the guy wasn't weird. You get weirdos at motels. That's half the customer base. I'm just saying, nothing actually happened. He spread his hands in a helpless little gesture like he was laying out raw facts on a table. You're okay, he went on. Nobody laid a hand on you. Nobody broke anything. We're not missing a TV. They didn't pull a weapon. They didn't threaten you outright. You told him no, he left. Cops checked, they were gone. That's a good outcome. The word good landed wrong. On the cameras, I said quietly, I saw the glitch, he interrupted. Yeah, the officers told me you mentioned that. He swiveled slightly in his chair and pointed at the DVR stacked under his office monitor. I pulled the footage like they asked, he said. Showed them everything from midnight to the time they got here. You know what they saw, empty hallways, I said. Empty hallways, he confirmed. Front hall, back hall, lobby lot. They saw your check-in. They saw you talking on the phone. They saw us walking to the room. They saw nothing in between that would make them think, man, we better canvass the area for a serial killer. He smiled like he meant it to be reassuring. It did not get there. That thing's old, he said, tapping the DVR with one finger. Drops frames all the time. Power fluctuates, file spills, who knows? They make better stuff now, but corporate doesn't want to spend the money. You know that. I thought of the little pop the monitor made when the timestamp jumped, of the way the hallway had scrubbed itself clean. What about the phone line, I asked. That didn't unplug itself. His expression twitched just a touch. I'm not saying the guy wasn't up to something, he said. He was probably fishing. Lots of dudes think the night clerk's bored and easy. You shut him down. That's what we want. You did everything right. He picked up the cola can again, took another loud sip, and set it down with a small clink. Look, he said, softening his voice half a step. I know it shook you up. First time somebody really pushes your boundaries on this shift, it does a number on you. But you're safe. You called 911. They came. Policy was followed. Policy, I repeated. The word felt hollow. He leaned back in his chair until it squeaked. Take a couple nights off if you need, he added. Burn some PTO. We can have Carrie cover some of your shifts. The thought of not being here should have felt like relief. Instead, it made something clamp down in my chest. If I walked away, the story ended like this. We had a weird guest once. Emily got spooked. Nothing happened. If I stayed, maybe I could catch something next time. Some detail, some proof, assuming there was a next time. I'll work tonight, I heard myself say. I'm already scheduled. He looked at me for a moment like he was weighing the hassle of changing the schedule versus the risk of letting me sit behind that desk again. All right, he said finally. But if you feel off, you call me. Or call 911 again. Don't try to handle anything on your own, okay? He said it like he expected me to be overdramatic. Like he thought the problem was that I might go too far next time. Not that I almost had not gone far enough. I left the office with the incident report in my hand, the printer already spitting out another sheet behind me, printing tomorrow's receipts. The sound of it, thack, thack, followed me out into the lobby. Housekeeping was already doing their afternoon rounds. I could hear the rattle of a cleaning cart out in the hallway outside the lobby, the small clatter as it bumped over the door threshold, the faint jingle of spray bottle clips, and the whisper of wheels on carpet. Tanya laughed at something one of the newer girls said. The sound bled in through the half-open hallway door light and normal. I stepped behind the front desk, put the report in the binder where we kept all our nightly logs, and watched my own hand smooth it down. The black ink on the white paper looked clean, clinical, like it belonged to somebody else's story. That night, I clocked in at 11 like always. On the surface, nothing was different. The coffee in the lobby pot smelled burned by midnight. The vending machine hummed with the same low electrical drone. The neon vacancy sign flickered between whole words and VAC NCY at irregular intervals, making the front window stutter with light. But every sound had sharp edges now. When the lobby phone rang at 12:23, a guest from 110 asking for more towels, my heart slammed against my ribs so hard it hurt. The ring had not changed. It was still that harsh motel brrring. I had changed. I snatched it up before the second ring. My front desk, "This is Emily," cracked at the end. The caller's voice was groggy, annoyed at being awake. He hung up without a thank you as soon as I said housekeeping was gone for the night, and he would have to wait until morning. When I put the receiver back in its cradle, my hand was shaking like I had just gotten off with a hostage negotiator. Every knock made my muscles lock. At 1:10, someone rapped on the front glass, a guy in a baseball cap who had missed the turn and wanted to know how much a room was. The knocks. 3 quick, careless taps came from the right place, the actual front doors. Still, my brain flashed back to the hollow thumps on the breakfast room window, the taps on the wall behind the office. I made him talk through the glass, pointing to the posted rate sign with stiff fingers, only unlocking the doors when I saw his car and his license and his credit card all lined up in reality like a checklist I could hold in both hands. At 2:03, the automatic doors did their sensor lag trick, sliding open and closed on an empty entranceway. The hiss of the rubber seal on the tile sounded like a breath being drawn and held. I found myself holding mine in time with it, like we were sharing lungs. On Cam 3, the back hallway stayed predictably empty. Every time the ice machine dropped a load into its bin, the camera fuzzed for a second, and my stomach dropped with it. I started hearing patterns where there probably weren't any. 3 distant thuds from the pipes, a knock, a chair scraping upstairs. Footsteps outside the office, the whir of the DVR fan changing pitch. The system deciding to skip another piece of the truth. At some point, you start asking yourself if it is safer to be paranoid or to be wrong. 3 nights after the incident, around 3:30 a.m., someone knocked on the side lobby window again. It was the exact same rhythm as before. 3 gentle taps. Tap, 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 not urgent. This time from the correct direction, the glass by the front desk, exactly where you would expect a late-night smoker to try to get your attention. My body reacted before my brain had time to dissect it. I stepped back, my hand flying to the bar under the counter, even though the doors were already locked. The lobby phone was under my other hand before I realized I had moved. Then I saw who it was. A woman, alone, standing out front, shivering in a thin hoodie with a fast food logo on it. Her car was parked crooked in the first slot, hazard lights blinking. I could see the faint smear of tears on her face, even through the glass. "Sorry," she said through the door. When I finally cracked it open, my whole weight braced against it. My car, it died. I've got my kids sleeping in the back seat. Can we stay a few hours? I'll pay in the morning. Please. Her voice held a different kind of desperation than his had. It was messy, not practiced. She did not ask me to come outside. She did not say my name like we were already friends. I let her in, I checked her ID, I coded a key for 104. I watched her carry her half-asleep toddler in on her hip and wrap her free arm around his little body like she could shield him from everything in the world. And the whole time, even as I did what any decent person would do, a small, cold part of me kept counting the steps between the desk and the door, the distance between the cameras and their blind spots. The ways her story could be a script, too. On the schedule in the binder in the company files, my life at the motel went back to normal. I worked nights. People checked in. People checked out. Housekeeping vacuumed over the same stains. Management printed incident reports and stapled them in neat stacks. On paper, nothing happened that could not be explained by glitchy equipment and a weird guy who left before he did anything. Inside my head, though, something had shifted and never shifted back. Every time I watched a couple walk through the doors at 1 a.m, him carrying the bags, her walking half a step behind, I thought of room 129. Every time a guest asked my name and repeated it slowly, like they were trying it on, I heard his voice in the receiver. On a good night, I could almost convince myself I had just been tired, that my imagination had filled in the gaps the cameras created, that he was just another creep with a fake name and a talent for disappearing. On a bad night, when the motel was too quiet, and the DVR gave that little mechanical tick as it switched files, it felt different. It felt like I had caught a hunter stepping in and out of the frame of someone else's pattern, and the only reason my story ended with an incident report and a pat on the back was because the script he had planned did not need me yet. Everyone else treated it like a small thing, a near miss, a reminder to lock the doors. I knew better. You do not forget the night you realize someone has been practicing on people like you up and down a highway for a long time. You just learn how to keep showing up for your shift anyway. 5.2 Looking for Tom Harris. The first time I typed his name into a search bar, it was 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, and the motel's air conditioner had just shut off mid-breath. You do not realize how loud a cheap wall unit is until it stops. 1 second, the office was full of its steady roar and the faint rattle of the vent grill. The next, there was a click, a sigh, and then nothing. Just the soft buzz of the fluorescent lights and the hum of the DVR in the other room. The sudden quiet made my skin prickle. It felt like the building was holding its breath, waiting to hear what I would do next. Apparently, what I was going to do was act like everyone else does when something scares them but does not make sense. I opened a browser. The office computer was old, the kind with sticky keys and a monitor that took a second to wake up from sleep. The keyboard made a hollow, plastic tack-tack-tack with every letter I pressed much too loud in the tiny room. I typed Tom Harris Motel Enter. The machine thought about it for an uncomfortably long time. The little loading icon spun lazily in the corner like it was stalling on purpose. Then, a page of results bloomed into existence: social media profiles, LinkedIn pages, a minor politician somewhere in the Midwest, a high school football coach, an obituary for a retired dentist. Tom Harris is a popular name. Of course it is. That is half the point. I narrowed it down. Tom Harris. Motel. Assault. The keys clacked. My fingers found a rhythm. The search engine spat out a mix of things: a bar fight in Texas, a lawsuit about a slip and fall in Ohio, a comment thread on a travel site where somebody named Tom had left a bad review because the towels were rough. None of them were him. None of them matched the man in the Tennessee hoodie standing in my lobby saying my name like we'd gone to high school together. The AC tried to come back on, then coughed once and failed. The sudden absence of the expected click whir made my shoulders creep up toward my ears. The office felt smaller, as if the air itself were listening. I kept going. Tom Harris, I-40, motel. More noise, more nothing. I started adding the words. I was really thinking the ones that sat in my throat all day and only came out in the middle of the night. Middle-aged man, quiet wife, motel, assault, truck stop clerk, night shift, missing, couple, lured, back room, highway. The keyboard gave its little tock-tock-tock for each letter, the sound bouncing off the file cabinets and the cheap wood paneling. Every time I hit enter, the browser made a faint bip, some default system sound for when a page took too long or a link timed out. Half the local news sites I tried to click on threw up error messages, 404 not found. This article is no longer available, like the stories had been here once, and then quietly taken down when nobody was looking. But some were still there. One was from a small paper 2 states over. The article was old enough that the layout looked wrong on my screen, the fonts too big, the photos low-res. Night clerk missing from highway truck stop, the headline said. I clicked it. The page loaded in pieces like a body being assembled. The clerk had been 22, last seen at 3 a.m. alone on shift. The security footage failed to capture the moments leading up to her disappearance due to a technical malfunction. There was a grainy still of her behind a counter that looked a lot like mine laminate coffee pot plexiglass donation jar for some charity. Witnesses recalled seeing a middle-aged white male in the area earlier that night. One thought he'd had a woman with him, but could not provide further details. No sign of forced entry. No sign of a struggle. I leaned back in the chair, the metal frame squeaking under my weight. Could be anyone, I muttered to myself. Could be nothing. But my stomach had other opinions. It had the same slow, sinking feeling it had when I watched the fogged mirror in 129 and the unplugged phone line dangling like a severed nerve. I opened a new tab. Highway motel, couple, robbery, woman never spoke. The AC finally gave up completely. Somewhere in the building, the system shut off with a distant clunk, and the thin hum of the fluorescence took over high and constant, like the pitch in my ears after a concert. The browser loaded a story from a local TV station 3 hours west. Robbery at roadside motel leaves. Clerk hospitalized. The details were different, but not different enough. 2 people had checked in late, man and woman, paid cash. The man was polite, middle-aged gray in the beard, wearing a team sweatshirt. The woman was quiet, appeared tired. They asked the clerk to help them carry some things from their car. When he stepped out from behind the desk, the report said he was attacked by an unknown assailant believed to have been hiding in the hallway. Hit from behind. Robbed. They took his wallet, his phone, the contents of the register. Security footage was inconclusive. There were gaps in the recording. I heard myself breathing too fast in the small office. The chair creaked when I shifted my weight. The plastic casing of the monitor ticked as it warmed under the strain of staying on all night. I opened more tabs. A missing woman in Arkansas, last seen working at a motel off the interstate. A robbery at a gas station in Oklahoma, where the clerk swore there had been 3 people involved, but the cameras only showed 2. A Craigslist warning thread from someone whose friend of a friend had been invited up to a room by a smiling couple and left without their cash and phone. None of them said his name. None of them said Tom Harris. Some of them did not give names at all. Just a man, a couple, a male suspect, and a female companion. But the descriptions had a way of rhyming. Mid-40s to 50s, average build, graying hair, clean-shaven or neatly trimmed facial hair. Well-spoken, calm. Female 30 to 40, dark hair, quiet, rarely spoke directly to witnesses. Male did most of the talking. Female appeared tired or distressed. In one article, the clerk described the woman as looking kind of spaced out, like she was there and not there. In another, a diner waitress said the woman never ordered for herself, just nodded when he told me what she wanted. Nothing on any of those pages proved anything. Any DA would have laughed if I had handed them the printouts and said, "Look, it's him." But taken together, they painted a shape I recognized. A man who knew how to look forgettable. A woman who might have been a partner or might have been a prop. Rooms paid in cash or with cards that would not authorize until morning. Incidents happening in the deadest part of the night, when the only witnesses were tired employees and broken cameras. My browser history filled with half-loaded local news pages and forum threads that made me feel like I had stumbled into a room where a conversation had been going on for years, and no one had thought to invite law enforcement in. The website for one tiny paper near Knoxville refused to load at all. Every time I clicked an archived story that mentioned a night clerk and highway, it threw up a gray box and a soft, apologetic bip from the speaker's "page unavailable." I sat back again, scrubbed my hands over my face, and stared at the tangle of tabs at the top of the screen. My heart had settled into a slow, heavy thud in my chest. Not panic anymore. Something worse. Recognition. I don't know if it's him, I told myself. because saying it in my own head made it sound like I was being reasonable. Could be 5 different guys. Could be 10. Could be the way every story about a man and a woman starts to sound the same after a while. But the pattern was there whether or not I could prove it. Dots connected by a line that followed the shape of the interstate from one cheap lobby to another, one gas station counter to another, one tired clerk's face to the next. None of the articles mentioned a Tennessee Volunteers hoodie. None of them mentioned a blue sedan. None of them mentioned an unplugged phone line and a mirror still fogged with breath. Those details belonged to me. That was what made the horror feel so particular and so useless at the same time. I was not special. I was not the final act in some movie where everything finally comes together and the killer is caught. I was just one dot in a sequence he had probably rehearsed so many times he could have done it in his sleep. My part of the story ended with a wet sink and an incident report. Someone else's ended with a missing person flyer curling on a bulletin board, or a clerk learning to talk again after a concussion, or a line in a forum post "My cousin worked nights at this place, and after that, she never would." I turned off the monitor because the glow was making my eyes ache. The office dropped into semi-darkness, lit only by the crack of light under the door from the lobby and the tiny red glow of the DVR's recording indicator. Out in the hall, the air conditioner finally decided to try again. It clicked, coughed, and rumbled to life. Cold air whispered through the vents. The noise rushed in so suddenly it made the silence that came before feel like a person. I sat there with my hands on the keyboard, not typing, and realized something that lodged itself deep under my ribs. I had thought that if I could find enough news articles, enough names and dates and distances, it would make him less scary. That turning him into a pattern would make him feel more like a problem and less like a nightmare. Instead, all it did was stretch the fear out across a bigger map. He was not a one-off. He was not a freaky night in a single motel in Tennessee. He was a route. A way of moving through the dark places between cities, slipping in and out of lobbies and truck stops and back hallways, leaving just enough behind to make you doubt your own memory. By the time the AC settled into its usual rhythm and the building stopped sounding like it was listening, my browser was full of stories that might not be about him at all. But I knew, in the way you know when someone is standing just outside the reach of the camera, that if I zoomed out far enough, if I drew a line through all those dots, it would trace something like the path of I-40. And somewhere along that line, a man who calls himself Tom Harris tonight in my story, was practicing the same polite smile in another reflection, getting ready to say someone else's name, like he already owned it. 5.3, the blue sedan online. The more I read, the less the man felt real, and the more the car did. Tom Harris was smoke. Fake address, dead phone number, soft voice. He could shave the beard, change the hoodie, call himself something else at the next exit. The sedan was harder to erase. I did not even know the exact make and model. I could have guessed Camry Accord, one of those standard issue highway ghosts. But the truth is, I never walked close enough around it to be sure. In the camera feed, it was just a dark, mid-sized shape under a sodium light. Tan strip along the side. Normal tires. No plate frame, no family stickers, no dent you could cling to. It was the kind of car Americans buy when they plan to keep their head down. A few days after the incident, when the motel was quiet and Russ had gone home, I pulled up the DVR menu and started scrolling through the stored footage from that night. The interface was clunky, all blocky text and lag. The little remote made a plastic click each time I pressed the directional arrows. The time bar at the bottom of the screen lurched forward in chunky increments instead of smoothly. Every time I hit play, there was a brief stutter where the audio-free feeds synced up again: lobby, front hall, back hall, lot. I went to Cam 4 first, the parking lot by the dumpster. At 1:25 a.m., the frame caught a moment of nothing. Wet pavement, a few parked vehicles, a streak of rain slipping across the lens. At 1:27, the blue sedan arrived. It turned into view from the right headlights, briefly flaring in the lens and blowing out the exposure. Then it eased into the space under the camera's watch, the light bar reflected across its hood in warped rectangles. The front tires straightened. The wheels stopped rolling. I hit pause. The image froze with the sedan perfectly centered. If you did not know what you were looking at, it would look like any other car that had ever stopped here. The license plate was just a smudge of white where the light hit too hard. The windows looked like black smears. I watched it on fast forward, then in 4 boxes at once, the sedan sitting outside in Cam 4, the empty lobby in Cam 1, the sleeping hallways in Cam 2 and Cam 3. Hours compress strangely when you do that. People become jittery shadows when they walk through the frame. The vacancy sign outside strobed on and off like a blown fuse. Clouds scudded in jerky lines across the little square of sky. Through all of it, the sedan stayed exactly where it was. 1:30, 2:00, 2:30, 3:00. My thumb hovered over the remote. You know it leaves, I told myself. You know when you walked out with the officers, it wasn't there anymore. I slowed the playback down around 2:00 switching cameras, as if I could catch some new angle I had missed. Cam 1 showed me behind the desk phone to my ear. Cam 3 showed the hallway before it jumped, then after. Cam 4 showed the sedan, the rain. At 2:14, when the man stood in the hallway on Cam 3 in my memory, the lot view in Cam 4 did something I wish I had never seen. For one frame, just a flicker, just a glitch, just a nothing, the sedan blurred. Not the way a car blurs when it moves too fast. This was different. The body of the car seemed to smear sideways while the background stayed almost perfectly still. The lines of the dumpster and the fence behind it remained sharp, but the sedan's edges went soft, like someone had grabbed it with a cursor and dragged it half an inch before letting go. The timestamp did not change. 02:14:03, 2:14:04. The car sat right where it had been solid again, rain gleaming on the roof. I rewound, paused, advanced frame by frame, the remote making tiny click, click, click sounds in my hand. Sharp, sharp, blurred, sharp again. Could be compression, could be a dropped frame, could be the world's most boring example of digital artifacting. It felt like catching someone in mid-step with the shutter half closed. I backed the footage up to the time the officers arrived. 02:23 and change. Their cruiser's headlights swept across the lot light bar, washing red and blue over the concrete. When the car turned into the entrance, the angle of the camera changed just enough that the sedan should have been visible in the same frame. It was not there. No movement, no taillights, no clear shot of it exiting. Just 1 second it existed. 20 minutes later, it did not. The DVR had no record of the in-between. Of course it doesn't, I muttered. Why would it? I could have stopped there. I probably should have. Instead, I started seeing that vague, dark, nondescript sedan again and again. 3 nights later, a car that looked almost identical pulled into the lot around midnight. I was at the desk when its headlights swept across the front window. The shape was familiar enough that something clenched in my stomach before the brain part of me caught up. I stepped closer to the glass. Same general size. Same color, dark bluish, hard to pin down in the poor lighting. The driver sat there for a few seconds, engine idling. I could not see his face well. Just the outline of a head, the glow of a screen as he checked his phone. I felt my hand sliding toward the manual bar under the desk before anything had even happened. The car door opened with a dull thunk. That sound will never not make me tense now. The violent little exhale of a vehicle letting go of a person. The dome light came on, illuminating the inside of the cabin in a brief pale square. The driver got out. He was in his 20s. Short beard, baseball cap with a roofing company logo. Work boots. Alone. He walked with the tired, rolling gait of someone who had spent all day on a ladder. He did not scan the lot like a hunter. He did not glance up at the cameras. He stumbled more than he strode. "Hey," he said when he made it to the front doors. "You guys got any non-smoking left? Been driving since Memphis and my back's killing me." His voice was wrong in all the right ways. Younger, uneven. He talked too fast, tripping over his own words in a way no practiced predator would. When he handed over his card, it was a company one with his name embossed and a legitimate address. He did not ask my name off the tag or say it like a dare. He asked where the ice machine was and if the vending machine took ones. I coded a key for 118. My shoulders were tight the whole time. I had to force myself to make my voice sound normal. When he walked back out to the sedan, the angle of his body finally broke the spell. His outline did not match. His shoulders were narrower, his posture loose where the other man's had been controlled. It was not him. It was just a car. And yet when he drove away late the next morning, the sound of the doors closing thunk in the lot beep from the remote locks made me flinch. Small things started tripping that wire in my head all the time. A blue sedan parked too long at the gas pumps across the street while I watched through the lobby window. A dark car idling on the shoulder of the frontage road with its hazards on a triangle of flares set out behind it. A police cruiser's dash cam video on the news that showed a vehicle pulling away from a traffic stop, taillights shrinking into the distance. Every time my brain whispered, it could be him. Every time the rational part of me replied, there are millions of cars like that, millions of men like that. The rational part never won for long. Sometimes the sedans were probably not even blue. The sodium lights played tricks on color. Anything dark, green, gray, black could take on a bluish cast under the yellow glare. It did not matter. The shape was enough to tie a knot in my gut. It bled into my phone, too. One afternoon, on my day off, sitting on my cousin's couch with the blinds half closed, I scrolled past a local news story in my feed. Security camera still of a car wanted in connection with a theft at a pharmacy. Same general silhouette, mid-sized 4 doors, some light bar flare obscuring the plate. I clicked it. My email pinged with a new notification, at the same time ding from the phone speaker, but it sounded far away. The article said the suspect was a kid 18 local caught a week later. The car belonged to his mom. I stared at the picture anyway, heart thudding, watching the gray blur that stood in for a car in motion. I told myself it was good, this heightened awareness, that paying attention might save me one day, that being jumpy, suspicious, taut as a wire was a fair trade. What I did not admit out loud was that the line between real threat and my own brain had gone soft. The motel did not help. It fed the ambiguity. On slow nights when the booking system was quiet and nobody wandered into the lobby for coffee or directions, I would find myself clicking back through old footage again. The remote made that same soft click-click as I hopped between hours and cameras looking for something I could not name. Sometimes I caught other sedans in the archives. Different nights, different angles. Cars pulling in half out of frame, staying an hour, leaving again. No one from those vehicles had ever set off my alarms. They had paid, slept, left. Some of them had probably complained about the towels online, left me a 3-star review called the motel fine for a night. On the screen, though, They all had that same blurry, anonymous body. That same way of sliding into the lot between one timestamp and the next. The internet had its own way of making the world feel like rows of identical cars with slightly different stories. Every time my email dinged with junk discount offers, corporate memos, fake urgent notices about password resets, I half expected to see his name. A confirmation message from a booking site, a newsletter from a fake company he had used as an address. I never did. It was always spam and dear valued employee and my bank reminding me I had $8 left before overdraft. My brain filled in the rest. The first dream did not surprise me when it came. It felt overdue. In it, I was standing outside the back building on the strip of concrete that ran along the front of the ground floor rooms. The sky was that weird non-color it gets just before dawn, gray, with no source for the light. The air was cold enough that my breath showed in short, ragged puffs. The doors were all closed. The numbers marched along the wall, 121, 23, 125, 127, 29, and on. The entire facade of the building felt longer than it should have, stretching away into a perspective that did not quite follow the rules. Every window had its curtains drawn. The fabric was the same beige with dark pattern I had stared at 1,000 times. The rods made dips where they sagged in the middle. The bottom edges hung just above the sills, leaving that thin line of darkness underneath. And in each set of curtains, there was a gap. Not one. Every single one. A vertical slit where the two halves did not meet finger width, centered exactly over the middle of each window. Perfectly uniform, like someone had gone along the line and measured. I knew I should not look. Every part of me understood that the dream lived or died on, whether I lifted my eyes from the cracked concrete at my feet. I looked anyway. In the gap at 121, a face stared out. I could not see all of it, just an eye, a slice of cheek, the curve of a mouth, but it was enough. It was not his face specifically. It was worse than that. It was almost, but not quite, a dozen faces I knew. My cousin's eyes, Russ's jawline, the quiet woman's hollow-looking gaze. Features slid in and out like they could not settle on one identity. I stepped to the right. My shoes made no sound. The concrete did not feel solid. The face in 121 did not follow. It stayed perfectly still, pressed close to the glass breath, fogging it faintly from the inside. In the gap at 123, another face waited. Different from the first. Younger, wide-eyed, somewhere between a customer and someone I had seen in a news article. Its expression was empty in a way that read as interest, only because I was the only moving thing in the world. At 125, another. At 127, another. By the time I reached 129, the breath had gone out of my body. The face behind that gap was not his either, not exactly. It shifted as I watched, cycling through possibilities, softening, hardening, gaining lines, losing them. Male, female, old, young. The one constant was the look. Not angry, not pleading, just watching. Behind the glass, behind the curtains, behind the other side of a world that designed its lobbies and its cameras and its doors to keep certain stories from ever lining up. I woke up with the impression of all those eyes still on me, the cheap ceiling fan in my bedroom spinning slowly overhead, its blades making soft whoop-whoop sounds that did nothing to cut through the feeling. In the daylight, I could tell myself it was just a dream about faces and curtains, about cars that blurred and rooms that stayed too clean. At night, when the AC clicked off and the building exhaled, it felt like something else. Like the world was full of windows with little gaps in the curtains, and most of the time the faces behind them were harmless. But not all. 6.1. Quitting in slow motion. Deciding to quit did not feel like a decision at first. It felt like a countdown that had already started without telling me. One afternoon, about a month after the night with 129, I was sitting at my cousin's kitchen table, staring at a bowl of cereal that had gone soggy when the thought finally took a complete shape in my head. You cannot keep doing this. Not because of the money, not because of the hours. Because every time the sun went down and the neon VAC NCOI sign flickered on it, felt less like clocking in and more like stepping back into the mouth of something that had already tried once. By the time I drove in for my shift that night, the idea had hardened into a sentence. I found Russ in the office, leaning back in his chair, flipping through the schedule book. Someone had brought in a bag of gas station candy earlier. He had a stick of gum in his mouth, chewing with slow, absent-minded rhythm. The smell of artificial mint clung to the air, sickly sweet over the usual coffee and cleaner. "I want to talk about my schedule," I said. He did not look up right away. The pages of the schedule made a soft rut-rut as he flipped them fingernail, dragging along the grid of names and shift times. He said, still scanning. "You need a night off. I'll see what I can do." "I want to put in my notice," I said. I'm done after this month." The gum slowed between his teeth. He finally glanced up. There was a brief flicker of something, surprise maybe, or just the mental math of who else he could plug into my slot, but it smoothed out fast. "All right," he said. "You giving us 2 weeks or more?" 3, I said. It came out faster than I meant it to. "I'll work all my scheduled nights. I don't want any more after that." He turned a page back then, forward again, licking his thumb. The paper made that same soft, dry, rot-rote sound as he flattened it. "Okay," he repeated. "Write the date you're done on the top there." He pushed a pen and the open schedule toward me. "No, are you sure? No, we'll be sorry to lose you. Just a practical acceptance, the way you might react if someone told you the coffee machine in the lobby finally died." I wrote it down. The number looked unreal in my own handwriting. He watched the pen move, chewing. Any specific reason, he asked, like he already knew the answer. I shrugged eyes on the ink. "Night shift's getting to me," I said. "I don't sleep right. I keep thinking about that night. The one with 129. He blew out a breath through his nose, a faint, almost snort. "You lived through it," he said. "You did what you were supposed to do. But if you're done, you're done. We'll put Carrie on more nights. Maybe find a college kid who wants extra hours." He flipped the schedule closed with a dull thump and went back to chewing his gum like we had just concluded a conversation about inventory. It bothered me for a few minutes, his indifference. Then it didn't. The motel was good at smoothing over things. People left. People came, doors opened and closed. Nothing stuck to it for long. My last 3 weeks stretched in front of me like a hallway. I started counting shifts the way kids count down school days before summer. 12 nights, 10, 8. Each number felt both too big and too small. On my next run of shifts, I had to pass the back hallway more than usual. Tanya had called out sick, and we were short on housekeeping. Russ asked if I could help, just for tonight, by dropping extra linens in a few rooms the day crew had missed. Room 129 was on the list. Of course it was. Probably some contractor in there, Russ said, flipping through the cards. They checked in earlier. Quiet guy. Don't worry about it. I carried the stack of folded towels down the back corridor, the cartwheels whispering over the carpet. The air was cooler back here, the AC humming faintly overhead. The numbers on the doors marched past 123, 125, 127. The Do Not Disturb tag hung crooked from the handle like someone had fumbled it on in the dark. I did not knock. I did not even get close enough to hear if the TV was on. I just kept walking, towels pressed tight against my chest, refusing to look at the peephole. I still felt it, that prickle between my shoulder blades. The heavy, one-sided awareness of being on the wrong side of a closed door with eyes on it, as if someone were standing just inside inches from the wood, matching my steps on the other side. By the time I reached the end of the hall and turned the corner, my palms were sweaty on the towels. Next night, 129 was empty again. No tag, no car I could tie to it. Apparently, the contractor had been a one-night guest. I started avoiding that section of hallway whenever I could, cutting through the laundry room or taking the outside path. On nights when I had to walk past, I did it fast, counting under my breath. On my fifth to last shift, a woman from 133 called the front desk at 2 in the morning. Her voice was thin with sleep and annoyance. "Sorry to bother you," she said, "but is somebody working on something out here?" I was alone in the lobby, the TV muted, the DVR whirring. My own voice sounded too loud when I answered. "Not that I know of," I said. "What's going on?" She hesitated. I could hear a TV in her room in the background turned down low, some infomercial voice murmuring about cookware. "I keep hearing knocking," she said. "Like 3 taps. Every 15-20 minutes. Right outside my door. And I swear I heard a man whisper something. I can't make it out. I opened the door once and there was nobody there." My hand tightened on the phone. "I can check the cameras," I said. "Hang on 1 second. I put her on hold, the system making a soft beep that sounded obscene in the empty lobby, and looked up at the monitor. Cam 3, back hallway. I rewound the feed a few minutes. Watched the corridor outside 133, the pattern of the carpet, the row of doors, the corner where the hall turned toward 129. Nothing. No one walking past, no shadow, no flicker. No one in front of her door, no one in front of any door. I let the footage play in real time for a while. Watched the frozen frame of the hallway while the digital clock in the corner ticked forward. I would have sworn, if I had not been looking at it, that I heard something, then a faint triple thud at the edge of my hearing, roughly timed with when she said it happened. On the screen, the hallway did not move. I took her off hold. "I'm not seeing anyone out there," I said. "But if you feel unsafe, I can ask the officer on patrol to do a drive-through. We can also move you to a different room." She exhaled into the receiver, the sound carrying her reluctance. "There's only 2 more hours till checkout," she said. "If you don't see anybody, it's probably just the building making noises or something. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some drunk guy messing around." "I'll keep an eye on the cameras," I told her. "If anything shows up, I'll call your room. If you hear it again and you're worried, call me right back, okay?" "Okay," she said. "Sorry to bother you." She hung up with the quick little click of someone embarrassed by their own fear. I stared at the empty hallway on the monitor a long time after that, listening to the building creak and shift around me. Every soft pop in the walls sounded like knuckles. The remaining shifts started to feel less like work and more like rituals. Clock in, make coffee, check bookings, walk the property, count cars, watch cameras, answer calls. Pretend the night was just another stretch of time, not a thing with teeth. On my third to last night, the automatic doors tried to breathe again. It was around 1 a.m. The lot was half full. The lobby was empty. I was refilling the coffee station, the thin stream of liquid dripping from the pot into the burner, making a faint tss as it hit heat. The doors slid open with a hiss. Cold air rushed in, stirring the papers on the counter, brushing over my ankles. The little metal chime under the awning jingled the notes thin and off-key. No one walked through. I put the coffee pot down, a little too hard liquid sloshing against the glass, and walked straight to the bar under the desk. My fingers found it, and locked it into place with the same loud clunk I remembered from the night of the face in the window. The doors tried to close against the bar rubber seals, pushing and failing. The sensor clicked again, confused, then gave up. The motor whined for a second and went still. I watched the glass for a long time, breathing in that mix of burnt coffee and cold air and something I had never found a name for. On the last week, my world shrank to numbers. 5 nights. 4. 3. I found myself writing it on scrap paper at the desk. Little hash marks in the corners of incident report forms and guest receipts. A tiny 3 next to Tuesday, a 2 next to Wednesday. Not for anyone else, just for me. Guests complained about the usual things. The Wi-Fi, the noise from the interstate, somebody upstairs walking too loud. Once a man from 117 came down angry, saying he had heard someone jiggling his door handle at 2 a.m. like they were trying to get in. "Did you look out?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. There was nobody there, but I heard breathing, right on the other side. Cam 2's footage showed an empty front hallway at 2:00 a.m., an unremarkable strip of carpet and doors. I told him I could move him to another room. He said no, he was checking out in the morning anyway. By then it all felt like variations on a theme. Little reminders that whatever had passed through 129 had not entirely left, or that some part of me had started projecting him onto every unexplained noise and missing pixel. Either way, the result was the same. The motel felt like it was loosening its fingers, letting me slide out of its grip. Not with a shove, with a series of small, indifferent shrugs. On paper, I was just another employee cycling off the schedule. Another name crossed out in Russ's book. Another set of keys turned in at the end of the month. Inside the building, though, in the hum of the AC and the tick of the DVR and the inconsistent sigh of the automatic doors, it felt different. Like something had decided it was done practicing on me, and that whatever came through the next set of blue sedan headlights would be someone else's story to count in nights and shifts and incident reports. 6.2. The camera review. The detective came back on a day when I had already decided to leave. It was a Thursday afternoon between my second to last and last night shifts. The lobby was in its daytime mode, then sunlight leaking past the streaked front windows, coffee brewing fresh instead of burned down to sludge, the faint murmur of daytime TV instead of infomercials and static. I was behind the front desk printing out the coming weekend's reservations. The printer whined and spat pages in little jerks. The schedule book lay open beside me, my end date circled in red pen like a joke. The glass doors slid open with a soft hiss. For a second, my stomach clenched, old reflex, thinking about night and blue headlights. Then I saw who it was. Officer Green from that night. Except he was not in a patrol uniform this time. He had on plain clothes, button-down shirt, worn jacket badge hanging from a chain around his neck. The gun on his hip still gave him away. He took off his sunglasses as he crossed the lobby, folding them with one hand. Without the brim of his hat shadowing his face, I could see the lines at the corners of his eyes more clearly. "Emily," he said. "You got a minute?" The printer finished a page with a final thack and fell quiet. The sudden stillness made his voice sound louder than it was. "Sure," I said. "Is this about that night?" He gave a small nod. "Mind if we talk in the office?" he asked. "I've got some questions. Might need to look at your system again." He said it like he was asking about the weather, but there was a different weight behind it this time, an undercurrent I did not remember from the first visit. In the office, the air felt close. The rolling chair squeaked as I sat down. He took the other one, an older swivel with a ripped arm, dragging it into place with a small squirk of wheels on the cheap tile. He set a thin manila folder on the desk between us. The edge made a quiet thunk against the wood. Let me start by saying you didn't do anything wrong, he said. I'm not here to rehash that part. That's good, I said, managing a weak half-laugh. Because I'm already quitting. A corner of his mouth twitched. Can't say I blame you, he said. Places like this, they wear on you. He tapped the folder once with his knuckle softly. We've had some calls, he went on. Not here, up and down the interstate, truck stops, motels. Some of the details you gave me have popped up elsewhere. He did not have to say I-40. I could hear it in my own keyboard from 3 a.m. Any arrests, I asked. My voice came out more brittle than I intended. Not yet, he said. Couple cases where the guy bolted before units arrived. One where the clerk never showed up for the morning shift. His eyes flicked to me, then away. Mostly we're stuck with suspicious male, possible couple, no usable footage. Same as here. Same as here. The phrase landed heavy. He nodded toward the DVR on the shelf. I want to pull some more video, he said. Not just from that night, from the week before, week after. See if there's any car or person we might have missed. You okay to sit in while I look? Yeah, I said. Sure. He moved the rolling chair closer to the monitor. The casters made a soft rrr as they rolled, the sound weirdly intimate in the cramped room. He pulled a notepad and pen from his jacket pocket, clicked the pen once, twice. Little tuck-tuck noises. I grabbed the DVR remote from its usual spot and handed it over. The plastic felt slightly greasy from years of fingers pressing the same buttons. He navigated the menu with the easy irritation of someone used to bad tech. Each press of the arrow keys made a faint beep through the tiny speaker, followed by the mild electronic buzz of the hard drive spinning up. Your manager told me the system drops frames, he said, that it skips sometimes. Yeah, I said. I've seen it. He grunted. Lucky you. He pulled up the night of 129 first, all 4 cameras in a grid. Lobby, front hall, back hall, lot. He watched for a while with his jaw set, rewinding and fast-forwarding in small bursts. The DVR made a low bzz, bzz, bzz sound when he scrubbed through time, the image jumping in staccato. There, he said at one point, pausing around 2:14. You said you saw him in the hallway while he was on the phone. He zoomed in on cam 3 and the already grainy picture became softer. The corridor of doors and carpet filled the screen. At this resolution, it was just blocks of gray. Nothing. He rewound, played, paused, rewound again. I watched the timestamp stutter. 02:14:01, 02:14 stopper, 02:17:26. The jump was clean like a scissor cut. You remember it clearer in your head than it looks here, I'm guessing, he said. Yeah, I said. It's not the same. We see that a lot, he replied. People under stress cameras, underfunded. He didn't say he believed me. He also didn't say I was wrong. After a while, he let that night go and backed up to another one 3 days before the last Friday in the month. Why this one, I asked. Because of this, he said, flipping the folder open. Inside were printouts, headlines, photos. The edges of them were curled a little from being handled. One was from a town 2 exits east. Night clerk reports, suspicious couple, no arrests made. Another from farther out, gas station cashier harassed by unknown male, video inconclusive. He tapped one passage with the pen. They said the guy asked her to come outside and help carry something from his car, he said. Used her name. Had a quiet woman with him. Cameras glitched. Sound familiar. My fingers curled into my palms. It could be coincidence, I said weakly. Could be, he agreed. Could also be someone running the same play out of different books. He clicked the remote again. Bzzz. The Friday night feed sped by in jerky fast motion. Cars sliding in and out, white streaks of headlights, the ghostly smear of people checking in. We watched them like we were looking for a pattern in static. At some point, he stopped on a different night entirely. Here he said, "This is from dispatch logs 3 nights after your incident. You remember any complaints that night?" "A woman in 133, I said slowly. She heard knocking, thought someone was outside her door. I didn't see anyone on the cameras." "Let's see what the cameras remember," he said. He queued up the time around 2:00 a.m. and hit play. The DVR answered with a low, steady brrr as it read. Cam 3 showed the back hallway again. The doors, the patterned carpet, the bend in the corridor toward 129 empty. I swear she heard something I said. I thought I did too. Like knocking, but he held up a hand, not to hush me exactly, but to give the moment room. Cam 1 showed the lobby, me behind the front desk phone and hand shoulders tense. I could see myself freeze, look up at the monitor, this same monitor, then reach for a notepad. "Let's run these side by side," he said. He split the screen into 2 panes, Cam 1 and Cam 3 lobby and back hall. We watched, listening to silence. On the recording, the lobby looked even flatter than I remembered. The TV's screen flickered without sound. The coffee station sat in its corner static. I saw myself in the chair writing something, then pausing head tilted like I was listening. In the hallway, nothing moved. "Back it up 10 seconds, he said. His voice had gone softer. I did. The remote responded with its little complaint of bzzz, the tape of time spooling backward. "Slower," he said. "Quarter speed." I adjusted it. The DVR fan whined slightly louder, like it did not appreciate the effort. This time, when we watched, every small change stood out. On Cam 1, the lights over the front desk flickered once you would not notice it at full speed. But slowed down, you could see the brightness dip and return. My recorded self jumped a little, then relaxed, then jumped again when the phone rang. We waited for the moment I remembered me looking up at Cam 3, seeing nothing, telling the woman I did not see anyone in the hall. In the recording lobby, me looked at the screen, but something else caught my eye first. "Hold up," Green said sharply. "Pause that." I hit the button. The image froze. He leaned closer to the monitor, so close the glow painted his face. "Zoom," he said. "Upper right quadrant. The glass." For a second, I did not understand. Then I saw it. The lobby camera caught a slice of the front windows, their reflection showing part of the room from a different angle. In that reflection, you could see me from the back, head bowed over the desk. And behind me in the reflected image was another shape. It was tall. That was the first thing. Taller than me by a head and a half, maybe more. Broad in the shoulders, narrowing down. A long, dark, vertical presence standing just inside the threshold of the office door, where anyone coming and going would pass. No features, not at this zoom level. Just outline. "What's that?" Green asked quietly. "It looks like someone behind me," I said. My own voice sounded like it belonged to a third person now hovering somewhere above the 2 at the desk. I glanced away from the screen back at the office doorway in real life. It was empty. Of course it was. "Play it," he said. "Same speed." I did. In slow motion, the motions looked wrong. On the main feed lobby, me lifted my head, turned slightly toward the hallway monitors. In the reflection, the tall shape did not move at all. It stood there, a fixed smear of darker paint, while the rest of the room shifted around it. A few frames later, I picked up the phone, my arm moving the cord, pulling taut, and the reflected shape seemed to thin out like smoke when someone opens a window. Then it was gone. Green sat back, chair wheels rolling a few inches with a soft rrrr. He tapped his pen against the edge of the desk, a rapid tock, tock, tock that sounded like it belonged to a different scene. Could be glare, he said after a moment. Reflection of something outside. Streetlight. Car going by. That would move, I said. It wouldn't stay like that. He did not disagree out loud. He just kept looking at the frozen frame at the dark strip behind my reflected head. Could be a coat rack, he added weaker. We don't have a coat rack, I said. Not there. He exhaled long and slow through his nose. I have to be careful what I put in a report, he said finally. If I write mysterious, tall figure in reflection, my sergeant's gonna tell me to get some sleep. So what are you going to write, I asked. That we reviewed your footage, he said. That the system has multiple artifacts and probable lens flares. That nothing conclusive was observed beyond previously noted gaps. He clicked the pen closed, clipped it back to his pocket. Doesn't mean I didn't see it, he added. Just means the paper doesn't. The room felt smaller now. The hum of the DVR louder. Every electron it pushed around the drive sounded like a tiny lie being laid down over the top of something else. He stood up. The chair rolled back wheels, whining gently. You still done after this week, he asked, pausing at the doorway, the same doorway where on the screen that tall smear had stood. Yeah, I said. I'm done. Good, he said. Doesn't hurt to change scenery. Try a place where if something's behind you, you can actually turn around and see it. He gave a half smile that did not reach his eyes, then headed out to the lobby. The automatic doors hissed open to let him go, then sighed shut behind him. I stayed in the office. The monitor still showed the paused frame lobby me head, bowed the faint ghost of a dark figure in the window's reflection. If you squinted, you could almost convince yourself it was nothing. A glitch, a trick of light, compression noise. Then you let your eyes relax and the outline snapped back into place. Too tall to be a coat rack, too solid to be glare, too real to be something the camera should have decided on its own to forget. There are the things you remember living through, and the things the footage insists were not there. That night and every night afterward, I learned to live in the space between those two versions. One of them is what everyone else gets to see. The other is what I still feel sometimes when I stand in front of any reflective surface and have to fight the urge to look over my own shoulder. 6-3. Leaving the badge. My last night started like any other, which is how nights like that almost always start. The clock-in terminal still beeped the same way when I punched my code. The lobby smelled like the day shift's coffee and somebody's microwaved leftovers. The vacancy sign outside flickered between whole word and broken one, throwing a failing pulse across the front window. Carrie was behind the desk when I walked in, sitting on the stool, scrolling her phone. She looked up, smiled the easy smile of someone who still thought of this place as just a job. Hey, almost free woman, she grinned. Last one right, last one, I confirmed. She hopped down, smoothing her uniform shirt. Russ wants you to show me the closing checklist again, she said, so I don't screw it up after you leave. Sure, I said. You'll be fine. We went through it like a ritual. Lock the outer side door, count the cash drawer, make sure the coffee machine is off but the hot water is still on. Check the outside doors and the hallway door locks. Verify the cameras are recording on all 4 channels. Log everything in the binder. Tap, tap, tap on the keyboard as I typed notes into the system for the morning crew. The keys made that familiar hollow plastic sound under my fingers, the same rhythm I had listened to at 3 a.m. on too many nights while I Googled things I could not unknow. The printer on the back counter spat out slips as we ran the night audit. ETHAC. Room charges, tax summaries, breakfast coupons. Last of all, the end of shift report, the one the manager looked at before he decided if the night had been quiet or a headache. I showed her how to staple it to the inside of the logbook. She watched, nodding, chewing a piece of gum so loudly I could hear every sticky chup-chup pop of it between her teeth. Honestly, she said, I don't know how you did so many nights. I get creeped out if I'm here past midnight. Maybe don't say that too loud, I said. They'll schedule you for days forever, and you'll never get the night differential. She laughed because the joke made sense if you were still living on hourly wage math. Later, when she left at 11:30, text me if anything weird happens, and the lobby doors hissed shut behind her. The building shifted into its other self. The TV went quiet, cycling silent ads. The lights dimmed a fraction. The hum of the AC took over, filling every corner, and then pulling back in little cuts when the compressor shut off. I was alone again in the same way I had been 100 times before. The difference now was that I knew I would not be again. Not here anyway. I did my rounds. One last walk through the breakfast room, straightening chairs no one would notice. One last glance at the orange juice machine with its sticky button. One last check of the hallway doors, listening to the soft snick as the latch caught when I shut them tight. In the back hallway, I paused a long time outside 129. It was empty that night. I'd checked the occupancy earlier. The key slot on the rack behind the front desk still held the room's card, the label curled at the edges. The door looked the same as every other beige paint metal handle peephole, nothing special. I didn't knock. I didn't lean in to listen. I just stood there and let my mind do the thing it was now trained to do. Imagine someone on the other side, inches from the wood breath fogging the air in a narrow strip in front of their mouth, waiting for the right moment to turn the handle. My heart rate picked up. I stepped away. Back in the lobby, the cameras watched me from their corner. 4 boxes. Lobby, front hall, back hall lot. All of them humming, all of them deciding what to keep. I finished the log notes around 3. The lobby was so quiet, the tapping of my fingers on the keyboard sounded like someone else walking down a hallway. Tap, tap, tap. End of shift, no incidents. End of shift drawer balanced. End of shift cameras operational. The printer spit out the last end of shift report. The paper slid onto the tray with that small final thack sound. I picked it up, felt the warmth still in it from the machine, and clipped it where it belonged. All that was left now was my own ending. My badge wasn't fancy. Just a piece of laminated plastic with the motel's logo and my name under it, Emily in block letters I'd grown used to seeing on my chest. I unpinned it, slowly, fingers fumbling with the little metal clip. The fabric of my shirt pulled at my skin when the tension let go. For the first time in a long time, my uniform felt like something I was borrowing instead of living inside. I turned the badge over in my hand. The laminate was scratched. The edges were cloudy from wear. There were tiny cracks around the hole where the clip went through like spider webs trying to spread. I didn't put it down yet. There was one more thing I needed to do, clean out the office. The back office was where I'd kept the few personal things you allow yourself in a job you don't plan to stay in forever. A mug with my name on it chipped at the rim. A hoodie I left on the back of the chair for nights when the AC overachieved. A small bottle of painkillers, half empty. A pack of gum. I gathered them into my tote, the canvas scraping softly against the desk, as I shoved it into the drawer one last time to make sure I wasn't leaving anything behind. When I straightened up, the room felt unfamiliar. Bare. There was a small, narrow window high on the back wall of the office, not one that faced the parking lot, but one that caught the reflection of the lot in the pane of glass on the opposite wall when the angle was right. I had learned to ignore it. Tonight it caught my eye. From where I stood, I could see a slice of the lot doubled in negative in the glass. The light from the pole lamps stretched across it at an angle. Between two cars, half under the shadow of the dying tree, a familiar shape sat low and still. Dark, mid-sized, just bluish enough under the sodium lamps that my brain did not need convincing. A sedan. There are 100 reasons a normal car might be in a motel parking lot at 3:30 in the morning. Late arrival, sleeper in the back seat, a guy too drunk to drive farther. I counted them off in my head like blessings, like steps toward the door. If the cameras had had a view of it, I could have pulled up Cam 4 and rationalized it with bad resolution and different angles. In here, all I had was glass and my own eyes. I watched for movement, a door opening, a dome light flaring. Nothing. A semi roared by on the road beyond the fence, then hauling some invisible load east. Its headlights swept across the front of the building, bounced off the lobby windows, and knifed through the office's small pane of glass. For a second, everything became reflection. Me at the desk, the door behind me, the sliver of hallway, and in the flood of light layered over my shoulder, a shape. Tall, broad in the shoulders. Head angled down just enough that the suggestion of a face was turned toward my chest, toward the little rectangle of laminate I still held in my hand. The badge. He did not have features in that brief glare, just an outline, a density of darkness against brighter dark. But the posture was unmistakable. Standing close behind me, closer than anyone should ever stand behind anyone outside of intimacy or violence, head bent like he was reading my name off the plastic. The truck passed. The light streaked away. The reflection thinned. In the fading glow, it was only me again. Just a woman alone in a cheap office, a tote bag on the floor, a pale, tired face looking back at itself. I did not turn around. I knew every inch of that room. I had spent too many nights in it with only the hum of the DVR and the buzz of the fluorescent tube for company. There was no space for someone to stand where that shape had been without brushing against my back. If I turned, there would be nothing there, or something. I did not want either answer. My hand, the one holding the badge, was shaking just enough that I had to squeeze tighter to keep from dropping it. Outside in the real lot, the sedan sat motionless. No door opened, no lights blinked, no human silhouette moved between the poles and the tree shadow. Behind me, the silent office. In front of me, the reflection of myself and the last proof that in this place at least reality and the record would never match. I walked out without checking the doorframe. In the lobby, the cameras still cycled. 4 little boxes, always on, always missing something. I stepped behind the front desk for the last time, set my tote down, and opened the drawer with the keys and tags. The interior smelled like metal and dust and coffee stains. I placed my badge on the counter instead of in the drawer. Not tucked away, not hidden. Right there on the laminate where morning would find it. The plastic made a small, sharp clack when it hit the surface. Quiet, but distinct. A sound I had never heard it make before because I had always clipped it to my shirt instead of letting it go. For a second, I looked down at my name printed there, Emily. In my head, I heard his voice say it the way he had at check-in, the way it had rolled out of the receiver, the way it had echoed in the dark hallway in my memory even when the camera claimed no one was there. I left it there. I did not write a note. I did not say anything special in the log. I just picked up my tote, walked around the desk, and hit the button to unlock the front doors. They slid open with their familiar hiss, the seal dragging on the tile. Cold air pushed in, smelling like wet pavement and exhaust and possibilities that were not this building. I stepped through without looking back at the monitor. The automatic doors closed behind me, glass panels meeting with a soft thump like a breath being held. In the far corner of the lot, the sedan remained half hidden under the tree. I did not go toward it. I did not try to see if the plate looked familiar. I walked to my own car instead. The door gave its usual tired thunk when I pulled it open. My keys rattled once in my hand. My engine turned over on the first try. As I pulled out of the space, the motel's front windows reflected the red of my taillights. The vacancy sign flickering over the glass, the empty spot behind the front desk, where someone else would stand tomorrow night and watch someone else's name get spoken. By the time I reached the road, I could not see the sedan in my mirrors anymore. But that did not mean it was gone. It took me longer than it should have to realize that leaving a badge on a counter does not end a story like this. Some things stay with the place. Some things move. Men with practiced smiles and quiet wives. Cameras that decide which parts of the truth are worth keeping. Cars that blur and never show up leaving. And the feeling whenever you see your own reflection in glass at night, that if you do not look too closely, you will not have to know whose eyes are standing just behind your shoulder, reading your name like a promise. 7.1. Confession, not warning. Right now, as I am typing this, I am not in a motel. I am in a break room that smells like stale coffee, microwaved burritos, and industrial floor cleaner. The walls are that particular shade of beige that big box companies seem to buy by the mile. There is a bulletin board with faded safety posters, a fridge with somebody's name written in Sharpie on every container, and a soda machine humming in the corner, like it has been awake longer than any of us. Above me, the air vents from the warehouse side push out cold air in a constant rush. The industrial AC never really shuts off here. It just cycles between too loud and a little less loud. Out beyond the door, I can hear the distant high-pitched beep, beep, beep of a forklift backing up in reverse, echoing against concrete and metal racks. The lighting is too bright. That harsh white that makes everybody look a little washed out and a little older. My laptop screen looks almost dim compared to it, the glow a softer rectangle on top of the scratched table. Every tap of my fingers on the keyboard sounds sharper than it should. Tap, tap, tap. The plastic keys clack in this weird rhythm that reminds me of the motel printer, the DVR remote, all those other machines that have listened to me without ever telling me what they really recorded. This is my night shift now. Not a roadside motel off I-40, a 24-hour distribution center on the edge of a different highway filled with pallets and barcode scanners and people who drive forklifts in neon vests. I check inventory sign-off on deliveries answer radios when someone needs a supervisor to override a locked cage. It is boring in the same way standing on the shore of a deep lake looks boring until you remember how many people have disappeared under similar surfaces. I took this job because it has cameras and lights and other people around all night. A place where on paper, if something happens to you, there are at least 6 other witnesses and 3 angles of footage. I am telling you this, so you understand. I did not come here to preach about safety or to offer advice about how to survive your job. I am not writing this for HR or for a training manual or for the police. I am writing this in the 15-minute slivers of quiet between radio calls, because I watched one of your videos on my dinner break, and it would not leave me alone. Someone in the break room had put on YouTube on the wall TV. Usually it is music or prank compilations, something loud to drown out how tired everybody is. Tonight it was a horror channel. Stories about night shifts, truck stops, people working alone when the rest of the world is asleep. Most of the others half-watched, half-scrolled their phones. I pretended to be the same. I ate my vending machine sandwich and stared at the screen just a little too hard when the narrator described a motel clerk who had a bad feeling about a guest and later found out why. It was not my story. Different state, Different setup, different outcome. But the way the voice went soft on certain details, the way it lingered on the sound of a keycard beep and the hum of a vending machine at 3 a.m., felt like somebody had been in the same kind of rooms. The video ended. The autoplay cue loaded the next one. My co-workers laughed at a jump scare. I sat very still and heard the echo of my own voice in my head, saying things I never actually said that night. The words I have been rehearsing for myself since. When the next forklift beep beep beeped out in the warehouse and the AC shifted into a lower gear making the ceiling tiles vibrate, I realized I was breathing like I had run somewhere. The story you heard in the video will get 100,000 views, 1 million maybe. People will listen to it in bed or in their cars, in dark rooms and bright ones. Some will scroll the comments. Some will forget it the next day. Some will feel that strange little prickle at the back of the neck that says that sounded too real. So I opened my laptop on this chipped table with the soda machine humming and the fluorescent lights buzzing and my badge from this job clipped to my chest and started writing this for you, not for the police. If I wanted that, I would have written it differently. I would have stuck to dates and times, names and descriptions. I would have left out the part where the cameras show nothing when I swear I saw something. I would not mention the reflections or the dreams or the way I still see that blue sedan in the corner of my eye every time I pull into a parking lot. The truth is, I do not know how much of what I remember would survive translation into a report. I have already sat across from a detective watching him choose which parts to call artifacts and which parts to call evidence. I know what gets written down and what gets filed under stress and faulty equipment. This is not a warning either. If I were trying to warn you, I would give you a list of tips. Tell you to never leave the front desk, to never go outside for a guest, to always trust your gut. I would frame it as advice. If you work nights, watch out for polite men with quiet wives and incomplete registration cards. The problem is, you probably already know that. Anybody who has worked alone past midnight knows there are certain rules you follow without being told. And even if you follow all of them, sometimes the pattern is bigger than the place you are standing. What I am doing instead is closer to a confession, not in the religious sense. I am not expecting absolution. I am not trying to unload guilt onto you so I can sleep better. It is more like, I have been carrying around a story that only exists in my head and on a few glitchy hard drives, and I am tired of being the only one holding it. I am telling you about the wet sink and the unplugged phone line, and the way the system skipped the moment a car left a parking lot, because if I do not, those pieces might as well never have happened. They will dissolve into the same static that covers all the other nights where nothing went wrong. And more than anything, I am telling you that I am not sure where the line is between what actually happened and what the motel and my own brain did to it afterward. I know there was a man who checked in under a name that was not real. I know there was a woman with him who never spoke. I know he called me by my name at 2 a.m. and tried to get me to leave the desk. I know the police found a room that looked untouched, except for a bathroom that had been used very recently by someone who did not want to leave anything behind. I know other clerks along the same highway have had similar nights that did not end as neatly. I also know that cameras skip, that reflections can distort, that fear can lay new tracks on top of old ones until you are not sure if you remember the thing itself or the story you have told yourself about it. When I watched that horror video tonight with the narrator describing his own true story, it hit me that the difference between what he was doing and what I have been doing in my head is just audience. He had one. I did not. So here we are. I am sitting under buzzing lights in a warehouse break room, fingers tapping on keys, soda machine rattling every time its compressor kicks in, forklifts beep beep beeping somewhere beyond the cinder block walls. The clock on the microwave ticks over from 3:12 to 3:13. The AC shifts the rush of cold air, thinning for a second before coming back. And I am pouring this out to a stranger with headphones in, or a driver on a dark highway, or someone lying awake in bed scrolling for something to make them feel less alone at 2 in the morning. I am not asking you to solve it. I am not asking you to call a tip line or look up missing persons cases along I-40. I am just asking you to sit with it for a while. To know that in a motel that looks like 100 others you have driven past, without seeing a man and a woman checked in one night and left almost nothing behind but a feeling. Because if you know, then I am not the only one carrying that feeling anymore. And if I am being honest, and that is the whole point of this section, I am also writing this for the small, ugly part of me that wants to know if any of what I am about to tell you sounds familiar. If there is a clack of a keyboard, or the hiss of an automatic door, or the hum of a vending machine in your own memory that lines up a little too well with mine. If somewhere out past the reach of these fluorescent lights and this break room and my new badge, the pattern has already brushed against you too. 7. 2. The sound of cameras failing. The new place has better cameras. That is what they told me in orientation anyway. Dome-style 360-degree coverage motion tracking backed up to a cloud server instead of a dusty little DVR stuffed on a shelf. State-of-the-art, the safety guy said, standing under one of them with his PowerPoint clicker in hand, the red dot from his laser pointer wobbling over the smoked plastic bubble. It's like Big Brother, one of the forklift guys joked. Good, I remember saying. Let him watch. The cameras are everywhere here. Over the receiving dock, in each aisle of racking, at the time clock, in the break room. They make these tiny mechanical ticks when they move, barely noticeable in the daytime noise, but at night, when half the warehouse goes dark and the concrete starts throwing echoes, the sound becomes distinct. The first time I really heard it, I was walking the perimeter on a slow Tuesday at 2 in the morning. The main floor lights were off in some sections, left on in others. Emergency strips glowed along the sides. The air smelled like dust and cardboard and cold metal. My boots made flat, dull thud sounds on the concrete as I walked past pallet stacks taller than houses. I was halfway down aisle 7 when I heard the camera. Tick. Just a little click up above my head as the dome rotated on its motor. I looked up, squinting against the glare of the nearby light. The camera's dark bubble stared down, impossible to read. I could not see the lens inside, but I felt it align with me anyway. Another tick, softer this time. It turned, tracking someone or something else. Later, back in the control room, I saw the sweep on the monitor. The way the system followed motion automatically. It was supposed to be comforting. It mostly was, until the night it wasn't. We had a customer come in around 1 a.m., a contractor picking up a special order. The front of the building is basically a mini store attached to the warehouse sliding doors, a small counter rows of industrial supplies. It has its own set of cameras separate from the floor. I was at the register when he walked in. Mid-40s, work jacket, ball cap. The kind of guy who spends his life on job sites. His eyes were washed out blue, tired. He smiled friendly enough, but there was something too direct about the way he scanned my name tag. "Evening, Emily," he said, like we'd already done this before. "Sorry to bug you so late." The way he said my name was not the same as the man from the motel, but it landed in the same drawer in my brain. I checked the monitor behind the counter without meaning to. A habit now. The dome camera feed for the entrance was in the top left corner, showing the sliding doors, the sidewalk, the lot. The monitor image jitters sometimes when the doors open, the sensors glitching the exposure. This time, when the doors slid shut behind him, the camera did something else. It turned away. I watched the little symbol on the screen, the one that shows where the virtual eye is pointing pivot 90 degrees. Instead of the entrance, it shifted to focus on the far corner, the shelves of cleaning supplies. The contractor's body, my body, the door, all of it slid out of frame. I tapped the counter with my finger hard enough that the plastic made a small tack sound. The camera stayed where it was. "Can I help you find something?" I asked, keeping my voice even. He told me his order number. Normal. We went through the routine. I had to go around the counter to grab a pallet key. When I did, I felt the air change, that little cold awareness in my spine. I glanced up at the dome itself. It was pointed away physically, too, angled toward the cleaning supplies instead of the entrance. It should not do that. They told us it always defaults to door coverage if there's motion there. "Having some camera issues tonight," the contractor said casually, like he'd noticed me looking. "Must be nice when it actually works, huh?" It was the kind of thing anyone could say. Small talk, throwaway comment. He smiled as he said it. The smile did not reach his eyes. Nothing happened. I got his order signed. His form watched him load his truck. The camera ticked again, at some point swung back toward the door, like a dog realizing it had missed something. The sensor over the sliding doors did its usual little whoosh as he left. That was it. But the next time I checked the footage alone in the control room, lights low so I could see the screens better, it looked like this empty entrance. Camera pointed at cleaning aisle, timestamp ticking away. No record of him walking in, no record of him walking out. Just me behind the counter looking up at an empty doorway. If I had not been there, I would have said it was nothing. A glitch, a camera lagging while it recalibrated. Instead, I watched that 30-second gap over and over, fingers drumming a nervous rhythm on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. The dome's little mechanical tick bled through the audio feed like a cough, and I felt that familiar split in reality again, the part that knows what you saw, and the part recorded by a machine that will be treated as the more reliable witness. Since that night, every time a sensor door opens on its own in this building, my chest tightens. It happens a lot. Sometimes it is forklift drivers passing too close to the motion field, or a gust of air when the bay doors out back open. The automatic front doors will shk apart, and nobody walks in, and my brain will fill the empty space with a shape that isn't there. Once during a storm, the loading bay doors rattled so hard in the wind that the internal sensors thought someone was standing there. The overhead roll-up shuddered, then jerked halfway down, then back up. Alarms chirped. Motion lights flicked on in empty aisles. I stepped out from the control room onto the concrete walkway above the floor and listened. No voices, no footsteps, just the distant beep, beep, beep of a forklift reversing somewhere in the dark and the hollow echo of my own boots on the metal grating. For a heartbeat, I could have sworn I heard something else. The faintest repetition of my name. Not like someone shouting for me across the floor. Not over the radio. Just the sound of Emily spoken close and low the way you say it when you are already standing behind someone. I turned. There was nothing there. Just the red glow of the emergency exit sign and the smear of my own shadow on the wall. I told myself it was a radio bleed, some other supervisor calling an Emma or an Emmett on a different channel. I told myself it was the air in the ducts making shapes out of white noise. I told myself a lot of things. The worst one was, "You have heard this before." It followed me home too. My apartment building is nothing special. 3 floors, beige exterior parking lot that fills up unevenly depending on the day of the week. The elevator smells like steel and cheap perfume. The security cameras in the lobby are little black circles mounted in the corners feeding a monitor behind the leasing office. They give you a key fob for the front door. It makes a cheerful beep when you swipe it. The lock clicks. The sensor sees you, most of the time. A few weeks ago, after a particularly long run of night shifts, I came home just before dawn. The sky was that flat, purple-gray that looks like the world is holding its breath. The parking lot lights were still on, buzzing softly. I parked, engine off. The sudden quiet in the car made my ears ring. I sat there for a minute with my hands on the wheel, staring at the apartment entryway. The glass door reflected the lot in a dark, wavy double cars, light poles, my own vehicle. A blue sedan was parked 2 spaces over. Not his. Not necessarily. Regular model, local plates, a child seat visible in the back when I squinted. Still. I got out, locked my car. Thunk. Beep. The sound bounced off the building. Inside the lobby, the air was cool and artificial. The elevator doors were closed. The little floor indicator above them glowed red on 1. I swiped my fob at the reader by the elevator to unlock the button panel, a pointless extra step they added last year. It beeped. I pressed 3. The door slid open with a tired shhh. I stepped inside. The door started to close. In that narrow slice of time when the lobby disappeared inch by inch and the interior walls of the elevator took over my peripheral vision, the sound hit me. Emily. Soft. Behind me. No more than a foot away from my neck. The elevator doors shut the rest of the way with a dull thump. I spun, hand slamming against the door open button. The doors hesitated, then obediently slid back. The lobby was empty. No one by the mailboxes. No one by the door. No one at the glass. Outside through the front window, I could see the parking lot. My car. The blue sedan 2 spaces down, dark and still. My heart hammered so hard I could taste copper. I stood there 1 foot in the elevator, 1 foot out, watching the reflection of myself in the glass. Nothing else moved. A neighbor's door on the first floor opened down the hall. A guy in gym shorts and headphones stepped out, keys in hand. He nodded at me, barely paying attention, and walked toward the stairwell, music tinny in the air, when his earbud slipped for half a second. Maybe it was him. Maybe he said morning or hey or some other generic noise, and my tired brain reshaped it into my name. Maybe. The doors tried to close again, bumping against my shoulder. I let them. The elevator hummed, carrying me up. The floor numbers blinked 2, 3. In the mirror inside the cab, my face looked pale and drawn. The name on my work badge sat neatly on my chest. Emily. I remembered the reflection in the motel window. The one in the office glass. The tall shapes behind my shoulder that only ever existed in recordings and half-sleep. Here's the thing I have to admit, even if it makes me sound unwell, I do not always trust myself to know where the boundary is anymore. Between a camera glitch and someone standing exactly where the lens never quite reaches. Between a random contractor and a man who collects incomplete registrations like hunting trophies. Between a neighbor's muffled greeting and a voice that learned your name once in a lobby and never quite stopped saying it. What I do know is that the fear is real no matter which side of that line it falls on. When a dome camera ticks away from the entrance at the exact second a stranger walks in, my body reacts before my brain can rationalize it. When the automatic doors at my job slide open on an empty sidewalk at 3 in the morning, my ribs tighten like they expect cold fingers there. When something whispers my name in an elevator that smells like metal and cleaning fluid, my heart does not wait for corroborating evidence. I live now in a world where every place I go has sensors and cameras and doors that open on their own. I also live with the knowledge that none of those things are obligated to tell the truth at the moment it matters. You might be listening to this in a room with a smoke detector on the ceiling that has a tiny hidden lens in it, or a doorbell camera pointed at your porch, or a motion light over your driveway that snaps on when a raccoon shuffles past. You might be at work in an office with those same black dome cameras in the corners, turning with little mechanical ticks to follow movement of interest. Most of the time they do their job. Most of the time they are boring. But every once in a while a feed skips, a sensor misfires, a recording fails right at the edge of something that would have made you sleep differently for the rest of your life. I have lived through a night where the only proof I have of what happened is what the cameras did not show. And lately, in warehouses and parking garages and apartment lobbies, I have started to feel like the sound of cameras failing a tick in the wrong direction. A skipped second, a door that opens on no one, is not just an error anymore. It is a pattern. Someone who knows exactly how to stand just outside the frame. 7.3. The cold ending. By the time I reach this sentence, the warehouse around me has thinned out to the bones. The last forklift radio check-in was half an hour ago. The loading bay doors are shut. The few guys still working the night cycle are somewhere out on the floor, carved away behind rows of pallet racks and steel shelving. If I did not know better, I could convince myself I was the only person in the building. The break room is lit up too bright for what I am writing. The overhead fluorescents buzz faintly, casting that flat white light that makes everything look like evidence. The soda machine in the corner hums along compressor, kicking in and out with a soft, irregular rattle. My laptop is the only thing on the table. The cursor blinked at the end of the last paragraph for a long time before I forced my fingers to move again. When I finally hit the last period of my story, there is a small, ordinary sound. Ding. A notification bubble pops up in the corner of my screen for a half-second message sent. The system has auto-saved and fired your way the email or the contact form or whatever this platform uses to feed stories into your channel queue. It is such a normal noise that it takes me a moment to realize how wrong it feels in the room. A tiny digital chime in the middle of industrial silence. I glance at the clock in the corner of the screen. 2:17 a.m.? Of course it is. I do not know why that time matters. Maybe it does not. Maybe my brain is just a pattern-making machine that loves symmetry. But the numbers sit there glowing softly, and something in my chest notes them the way you note a license plate. Outside the break room door, the warehouse changes. It is not a dramatic thing. No alarms. No flicker of lights. Just subtraction. A second ago, the AC was rushing steadily through the vents, a low, constant roar in the background. A second ago, I could hear the distant backup alarm of a forklift somewhere beep, beep, beep bouncing around the concrete and metal. Now both sounds cut off. Not lower, not quieter. Gone. The silence that rushes in behind them is the same kind I remember from the motel when the AC unit shut off and the DVR skipped thick, almost physical. The kind that makes you aware of your own breathing, of the blood moving in your ears, of the way the tiny fan in your laptop suddenly sounds too loud. I lift my hands off the keyboard. My fingers hover there, useless. Every machine in this place has a cycle. None of them ever stop at exactly the same time. The odds should be bad of the AC and the floor noise and the random mechanical background hum all dropping out in the same breath. Yet here we are. I look at the doorway. The break room door is open a few inches. It always is on nights like this, so we can hear if someone calls from the floor, if a pallet crashes, if a supervisor sticks his head in and asks who wants to go home early. Now I can see only the sliver of hallway beyond. White cinder block wall, gray floor, the edge of a safety poster. No movement. My shoulders are tight enough that my neck aches. I tell myself to get up, to walk out there same as I always do, to check if someone shut off the AC to reset a breaker, if a forklift operator killed his engine to smoke, if this is nothing more than an empty building making empty building sounds. That is when I hear it. The soft, familiar shh of an automatic door opening. Not close. Not right outside the break room. Farther away, somewhere out toward the front of the building, the customer entrance with the sliding panels and the motion sensor. The sound is out of place at this hour. The front doors are locked after midnight. No reason for them to move unless someone with a key card or a bad idea has triggered them from inside. The silence after they open is even worse. It stretches. I can almost feel the cold air pushing in from the lobby area, reaching down the halls. Then a voice. Emily. Just my name. Spoken in a tone that is not quite friendly, not quite mocking. Too familiar for this place. The way you say someone's name when you have had it in your mouth for a while. It is not shouted. No attempt to project. It is the volume you use when you are standing just outside a doorway, assuming the person inside will hear you because the world has narrowed to the size of your attention. The hair on my arms lifts. My body has learned this script well. I do not move. My first instinct, the same one any normal person would have, is to stand up, lean toward the door, call back. Yeah, like this is nothing. To make it a co-worker's voice or a manager's or some contractor who forgot his badge and needs to be let out. Instead, I stay sitting at the table, hands flat on either side of the laptop, pulse beating in my fingertips. I have walked to too many doorways. I have seen too many angles of empty hallways on replay. I have watched too many entrances stay blank on camera, while my memory insists someone passed through. I am not going to check who it is. I already know what the two options are, and neither of them will make me feel better. Either there is nobody there, no one in the lobby, no one near the front doors, no one who said my name at all. Just an echo from the past landing in my present. My brain playing back a voice that once stood on the other side of a motel desk and tried to pull me out from behind it. Or there is somebody there. Someone who knows exactly how far these cameras can see. Someone who has learned over a lot of miles and a lot of nights where the blind spots are in different buildings, where the sensor range ends, where the audio never quite picks up, where the polish on a glass door makes a reflection look like a glitch instead of a face. Either way, walking toward that sound will not change what has already happened, and it will not change what kind of person he is. So I sit. I stare at the last line of what I just wrote at the little message sent icon at the top of the screen, at the clock ticking over to 2:18 a.m. And I start thinking about you. Not in a vague way, in the particular ways that people work nights now. I think about you behind a register at a 7-Eleven or a gas station, off some exit ramp standing under buzzing lights while drunk customers come and go. The smell of burnt coffee and hot dogs on rollers, the chime of the door sensor, the security camera in the corner with the red LED that sometimes goes dark for a second longer than it should. I think about you at a motel front desk, folding key packets, watching road-weary couples check in after midnight, listening to the ice machine cycle, glancing at a wall of monitors that show everything and nothing. I think about you in a warehouse like mine, high racks, towering over you, forklifts beeping in reverse dome cameras, ticking overhead, motion lights snapping on when they think you are there, and staying dark when you know someone else is. I think about you in a hospital hallway, an empty office building a parking garage at the end of a shift, fingers on your key fob, listening to your own footsteps echo and trying not to imagine a second pair learning your rhythm. You have heard your name in those places. We all have. Sometimes it is a coworker calling you from down the aisle. Sometimes it is your manager, your supervisor, your friend. Sometimes it is the sound of your own fear repeating a familiar pattern. And sometimes it is something else. Here is the only piece of advice I am willing to smuggle into this under the cover of my confession. The next time you hear someone use your name too easily, like they have owned it forever after seeing it on a tag for 5 seconds. The next time a polite stranger with tired eyes and a quiet companion asks you to step out from behind whatever counter or turnstile or front desk is supposed to be your safe line. The next time someone on the other end of a phone says your name in the middle of the night and suggests you come outside to help with something real quick. Remember that I almost gave up my entire life for a decision that would have taken 3 steps and a yes. Remember that the only difference between a weird story you send to a horror channel and a name on a missing persons flyer is often whether or not you stay where the cameras should see you. If while you were listening to this, there was a moment when the sound dropped out for a second, when the fan in your room stopped, or the fridge kicked off, or the highway outside your car went strangely quiet, if there was a breath where the room you are in fell heavy and still, and you became painfully aware of how alone you are with your own name, then you know a little of how it felt that night in the motel and again here at 2:17 in this break room. The only real difference between you and me right now is this. On the night that man stood in my hallway and tried to coax me out, I did not step out from behind the desk.